Kalispera to all the urbanists out there. We are heading all the way up north to Greece, to the area known as Macedonia. This is the second largest city in Greece with a metropolitan area of 1 million people, Thessaloniki. Right here, we are right by the Aegean Sea. So join me on a tour through Thessaloniki, especially the center area, which we're going to visit a few different landmarks and just wander around the city streets because they are just gorgeous. They are remind me a whole lot about Paris, and also there's really great food here, so we might even have a bite or two. I'm Ariel, this is Urbanist. Let's walk around. So this is the White Tower, famous for this city. Well, this is the symbol of Thessaloniki, and it was built right when the Ottomans came over here around the 1400s. Hello, Action Show. Hello, Paul. Let me know where you're watching from, everyone. Nice to see you here. Hello, Matt. Nice to see you here. Hello, Kay. Welcome. Hello, everyone. So I'm so excited to walk around here today. I even got Pericles the pigeon to join us. So welcome everyone. I'm so happy to be in this city. Yesterday I had the chance to explore a little bit after my Mount Olympus, which you're going to see TikTok videos of soon. And as I was exploring in the afternoon, most cities are not like major metropolitan areas kind of die down after like 6 p.m. But this city was thriving after 6 p.m. Also, the food was amazing. So let's talk about this tower. It shows us the history of this city because it goes back to the Ottoman Turks. They took over most of Greece for hundreds of years. In 1430, Murad II took over this city, and it was very important for him to take it over because of this gigantic port that's right behind us here. To this day, this port of Thessaloniki is one of the most important in southern Europe. However, this is called the White Tower, but it had a very different name in the 1800s when the Turks were still here. Hello, Rhonda from Hollywood, Florida. Hello, Ronald. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Terry. Hello, Rita. Hey, fun to watch you in my city, says Brina. Hola, Brina. You're from Thessaloniki as well. Kalimera, Emil. Emil. Yeah, Kalimera to you too. You're also another Thessalonian. Thank you so much for watching. George, Kalispera. Matt says, how's Thessaloniki so far? I am loving it. Beard is gone again, says Kay. Oh my god, I lost my beard. Oh no, I gotta go. Where did my beard go? Don't worry, everyone. I'm not turning into a Greek Orthodox priest. So I shaved the beard. So this used to go by the Tower of Blood. But why did it go by the Tower of Blood? Well, this was built in 1430 as a fortification. The Venetians held this city for a few years, but then the Ottomans came right in. As I mentioned, it was the likes of Murad II who greatly expanded the empire. Right over here. How are you, bro? And he expanded the empire significantly. And of course he wanted to protect this. This was actually part of a larger area. There was an entire base all around here. So, in the Ottoman Empire, there was a series of soldiers. Here we can see how it used to look like back then. Mulaney says looks good. Thank you so much, Mulaney. I'm getting a haircut at a cool place over here. Here's another photo of how it looked like before with the walls. And here's a little bit later in the early 1900s. Very imposing right there. It is. It is very imposing. So back then there was a series of, there was a group of very high-ranking soldiers named the Janissaries. They were the Ottomans who end up going into the Balkans, taking Christian boys, converting them into Islam, raising them from a very early age to become soldiers. These Janissaries had a high social ranking because they would have very beautiful clothes. Their uniforms would be newly made every single year. They were personal protectors of the Sultan, the Ottoman ruler, like Murad II. And the Sultan would call them my children, my sons. And all the Janissaries were taught from a very early age to call them my father. They would sleep right next to the Sultan in the royal palace, protecting him always. But why did he hire slaves that were Christian, born from the Balkans? Well, their belief was that if there was a coup with the military that were Islamic, he would be protected by people who really didn't care who was the ruler. So, might as well have foreigners or people who were not of the culture protecting him. Thus, these slaves were taken care of and lived out the rest of their days as soldiers, and they would gain a very nice pension at the end when they retire. But they were still slaves. Later on, these Janissaries end up having so much power that they petitioned the Sultan to change the rules and allow Muslim-born children to hold the rank of a Janissary. But why? Well, it's because those Janissaries that were taken from the Balkans were already Muslim. They wanted their own children to become Janissaries, to continue that ranking, to continue that high social status, and to continue having the very close ear of the Sultan. If the Sultan made policies that they did not like, they would rebel. And in 1826, the Sultan did just that. And the Janissaries, numbered at 135,000, decided to revolt against the ruler. The Sultan at that time retaliated very heavily. Thousands of them were imprisoned and they were sentenced to death. No one knows exactly the number who were sentenced here. It could be in the hundreds. In this stone fortification, the sentence was decapitation. Hence, they were decapitated inside here. Hundreds of Janissaries, slaves, who became soldiers, who became high status individuals in the Ottoman Empire. They dared to defy the Sultan and got murdered within these walls. And in 1826, the so-called auspicious event, which is what the public called it, they end up nicknaming this tower into the Tower of Blood. But now it's called the White Tower, which is not really associated terribly with blood. Well, for that, we have to go about 100 years later, when the Ottomans are already being ousted from Greece. And the Greeks decided to make a marker of cleansing of this city and painted the tower white. Hence, we now have the White Tower. So without further ado, let's walk around. Let's go into the city and see what is there to see. Hey, Teresa says it sounds windy. Oh yes, because we're right by the Aegean right now. Actually, let me show you the Aegean first. There's like a party boat over here, which I might ride. It's actually pretty cool, free. Just gotta pay for a drink or two, which is not too bad. Like 12 euros max you're gonna spend. So I might take that later, and then you have a huge statue of Poseidon. BA says interesting. Oh, I'm so glad. Great info, says Wendy. Oh, I'm so glad. Tara, thank you so much for 50 stars. Picard, nice to see you here. Raul from India. Nice to see you here. Janissaries were kind of the Knights Templar. Yeah. The Crusaders actually took over the city of Thessaloniki for a few years. They end up calling it the Kingdom of Thessaloniki. So yeah, they're very similar to the Knights Templars and other Crusaders who had a little bit too much power. And certain rulers did not like that. There is nothing to... Alright, I don't need a shower right now, so let's go into the city. Alright, I'm so excited for this. Hey, Met Stefan, nice to see you here. Hey, Nomades, un placer encontrarte y viajar contigo. Te ves súper en Grecia. Oh, muchas gracias, Nomades. Nomades, it's so awesome to find you here. You look amazing. I'm so glad. Qué bien. Gracias qué bien que te encanta estos viajes por Grecia. Hay tanta historia aquí, es tan bonito. Y esta ciudad estoy bien emocionado para enseñarlo. Let's cross the street. Robert says, what a historic city. Yes. So here we have all the different sites. The Park Theater, the Museum of Byzantine Culture, Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki, and many others. Now, where does Thessaloniki get its name? Well, it's the very founding of the city goes back to the Macedonian king Cassandros. Cassandros had to contend with the other generals of Alexander the Great because Alexander the Great did not leave an heir that was old enough to take over. Thus, many of the two tiny little pieces. Ptolemy took Egypt, others took India and modern-day Iran, others took Persia, and Cassandros managed to take over Macedonia, the heart of the very Hellenic culture. Kalispera, Chris, nice to see you here. Welcome. Not too many crosswalks here. In order to prevent a coup d'etat from the descendants of Alexander the Great, he ordered for the assassination of Alexander IV. And he ordered also the assassination of his other half-brother. However, Cassandros decided to marry the half-sister of Alexander the Great, who was by the name of Thessalonica. Thessalonus, which was an area, and Nike, or Nike, stands for victory. So it was the victory of this area of Greece. And that's where the name comes from. You can see Cassandros right over here on the coinage. And the murder of Alexander's son was Alexander and his wife Roxana, who was Irani, or what is modern day Iran. Who's this guy? I like that the buildings are not too high. Yes, it has a very Parisian style to it. And we're gonna find out why as we continue walking through the city. Linda, where are you coming home to New York City? Never. Staying always in Europe. Me and my fellow live streamers have come into a very secret deal. We split the world in parts. I decided to sacrifice the USA and allow my colleagues, a few of them, to take over and show the great parts of the USA like Ohio, Wyoming, Wisconsin, Nevada. Others are going to take over Asia, show you Korea, Japan, and I decided to sacrifice those amazing places and show you Europe and try my best to find something here, if anything. Wendy says you chose right. Roland says, be honest, you miss Port Authority. Of course I do it alone. The most beautiful places on earth. Port Authority in New York. How's the protocols for the pandemic here in Greece versus the US? Very similar to the US. You still have to wear masks indoors. US is much more lax now because most people are vaccinated. So here there's still a mandate to wear masks in most places. But do your own research and you check out the rules yourself. And the reason I say that is because they're always changing. So if I say something now, it'll become very irrelevant maybe tomorrow. Matt says the White Tower was the first structure built at the Tower of London. Oh, Matt, yeah, it has a similar look to the Tower of London. The city, Thessalonica, is in the Bible. It is, because it was established in 315 BC. And in the New Testament, one of the earlier passages was by Saint Paul. Saint Paul ended up going from city to city here in Southern Europe, spreading the gospel of Jesus and Christianity, building the very foundations of what is now the modern day Orthodox Church, the Greek Orthodox and the Russian Orthodox, and the other types of Orthodoxy here. One of the main chapters is letters to the people of the city, Thessalonica, which might go, today people say Thessaloniki in English, might also be known as Salonika, Saloniki, Thessalonica also might be known as. Rona says, asking any thoughts on making music videos of your songs with old footage. No, I haven't thought about it yet. No, I don't think it matches really for music videos. Paul says, 1st and 2nd Thessalonians. Yes, 1st and 2nd Thessalonians. One. Here it is. These are all the areas that St. Paul visited on his quest to spread the word of Christianity. So of course he was in Jerusalem, he went up to Damascus, he went up through Antioch to his own area, Tarsus, and then he ended up going more into Anatolia, modern day Anatolia or Turkey. And then he ended up going into Thessalonica, where we are at right now. And some of the most important churches of Greek Orthodoxy are here. And also we're right next to, maybe a few hours drive from one of the most important areas of Greek Orthodoxy, which is called Mount Athos, which I'm going to see if I can find a way to show it to you, though it's a bit difficult. Hey Hanson, nice to see you here. It's amazing how you get to see the Bible history in person, says Rivas. Yeah, it is amazing. And we're gonna pass by a few spots here. Now, I'm mostly wandering around, even though I have a few history spots I want to show you of mine. So by no means is this a very planned, specific tour. Hello, Cynthia. Hello, waitress. Nice to see you here. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Manny Explorers. Welcome. So, you're probably noticing, wait a minute. This was an Ottoman city for hundreds of years. Looks rather neat. If you know anything about Ottoman city planning, is that there is none. Istanbul is just a mishmash of streets with no particular care or reason as to where they go and how they go and what direction they go and what size they are. That's why Istanbul is such a hectic city when you visit it. Same thing with many other Turkish cities. But here, wait a minute. Oh, it's rather neat for what used to be an Ottoman city for many years. Is it because it followed a Roman pattern or Byzantine pattern? Oh, not really. Because those cities were equally as hectic. Romans were a little bit better at planning, but the Byzantines, not so much. They follow Alexander the Great's, or not Alexander the Great's, but Cassandros's pattern. No, most of the buildings, you're gonna see only a few ruins of that. This dates back to 1917. The city looked more like this. Mighty Bull, thank you so much for a $5 super chat. Shout out from New York City, thank you so much, Mighty Bull. So the city looked more like this. That's kind of typical Ottoman city planning. The city streets were only 3 to 8 meters wide. But what happened to that city? Did Thessalonika have its own Robert Moses? Like New York? Carved up the city into a bunch of highways? No, not really. But they had their own Eugen Haussmann. If you see my Paris videos or you know a little bit about Parisian history, Paris was redesigned from the ground up from a medieval city to a modern one due to the overwhelming powers of Eugen Haussmann that was bestowed by Napoleon III in order to carve up the city and make a jewel in Western Europe. Well, same thing happened here. But it wasn't due to any concerns of revolution like in Paris, but was due to a massive fire. 1917, August. Someone's working in the kitchen in the very northern part of the upper city, which is the oldest part. A fire starts breaking loose. According to the people who investigated, either the person didn't care or the fire just went out of control very easily due to the wind. The fire spread and spread and spread. Now, for a little bit of context, most of this city was Jewish. It was one of the Jewish majority cities in the world. We think of nowadays New York and Tel Aviv like that, but before there was a New York, this was the major Jewish city, which is rather strange because there's only maybe about 1,000 Jews who live here to this day. Well, the fire got out of control. It reached all the way to the White Tower that we saw earlier in the beginning of this video. You see, ravaging different parts. And here we have an aerial view. So what happened? Well, this was during World War I. The Greeks weren't officially in World War I, but they allowed the Brits and the French to stay over here. The Brits and the French had bases north of the city. They had direct lines to the water system. The city had to go through the base. They were taking the water that was going through the bases. The city asked the bases, the English and the French, to allow them to use the water to put out the fire. And they said no. But it was getting so strong that the French had to intervene. They sent in troops to put out the fires at different governmental buildings. And the British realized, oh no, we can't let this entire city burn down to the ground. So they end up sending ships right to the port in order to pull out the fire right by the White Tower. But it was too late. More than 70,000 people were left homeless. 36% of the city was ravaged and destroyed. And most of that part of the city was Jewish. A lot of the middle class bourgeoisie who were Jewish lost their entire livelihoods. It was a terrible fire. And then in 1918, the city decided to do something different. They decided to hire a city planner by the name of Ernest Hebrod. Hebrod. Interesting name he had. I'm not sure if it's French or it comes from Middle Eastern descendant. He had a plan very similar to Paris. This is one of the plans. Actually depicted the very first train station, train line, which we'll talk a little bit about afterwards. Dating all the way back to 1918. It would compose of beautiful boulevards and huge, wide city streets. However, this was the devastation. And that's why they had a fairly clean slate to build anew. His plan was grid boulevards. The buildings, I'm assuming, I don't know this for sure, seem to be regulated to a certain height. And hence we have all these buildings of the same height over here. And thus it has a little bit of a Parisian feel. Now this isn't anything new for many major cities. New York went through this in 1835. So about 60 years, a little bit more actually, 80 years before this fire. London also went through this about 80, 90 years before this fire as well. Well, there's not really a stop here to show you, so I'm going to tell it to you so you keep in mind as we're walking around. This was a Jewish majority city, as I mentioned, from the likes of like New York or Tel Aviv, or even Los Angeles, for example. Well, Los Angeles is not huge, but New York is huge. The Jewish people were still here, even though they were struggling after that fire. But then World War II, the Germans managed to occupy Greece and they take over Thessaloniki. They end up rounding up most of the Jewish men and sending them to Auschwitz. Only 4% of the Thessalonian Jews survived. They wouldn't really come back here. And that's why to this day we now only have about 1,000 Jewish Thessalonians in the city proper. It went from Jewish majority to now mostly from Jewish, then Turkish, and Jewish together to now majority Greek. It's very interesting to see how a city changed so dramatically only in the course of 100 years. Because Brooklyn, many parts of Brooklyn, Crown Heights and parts of Williamsburg. Imagine seeing that just change in the course of 10 years. From Jewish to no, a completely different minority. Say it could be something else, some other minority. It'll be really interesting. or very terrible to see. That quite a massive change. Nomada says great walking and a lot of little coffee shops here. A lot of beautiful coffee shops. Margaret says only 4% survived. They did indeed. Only 4% survived. Here's when the Nazis were taking over the city. You see, this were the Jewish families that were here. They had this style. It's a fairly Ottoman style. Now, the Ottomans actually encouraged Jewish people to come here in the 1800s, or actually even earlier, 1600s. And for the reason is, in order to make this a city that was easier to control, because the Jewish population was more on the side of the Ottomans rather than any allegiance to Greek or Greek culture, at least in the beginning. So many Jews came here from different cities all around Europe to seek refuge, from Castile, from Aragon, when there was still persecution of the Jews in Spain, from Provence, France, with all these different upheaval in that country. They also decided to come over here. And from Italy as well, as Italy had a quite strong hold of Catholic Christianity. And then this is when the men were rounded up. "96% of those men in this photo perished in the concentration camp of Auschwitz." I wonder if the fire was suspicious, says Cynthia. Well, the suspicions were with the French, but it did not end up being true, apparently. So I'm not sure why the suspicions were the French. I think they might have had interest in the city. Wendy says absolutely devastating. Yeah. "You shall visit the synagogue. It's beautiful, and they also have a Holocaust memorial." Oh, they do. Interesting. So look at this. Beautiful architecture. Hello from Sweden. Hey, Ackerman. Nice to see you here. Jimmy says, great show. Saren says, terrible. Indeed. ¿Cuándo regresas? No hagas. Nunca. Voy a quedarme en Europa. Never. I'm staying in Europe. Thank you for the mention of the historic Jewish community. The Jewish community was mainly of Spanish and Jewish descent, Eliza. They spoke Ladino, a Spanish-Hebrew old combination. Oh, similar to Yiddish. Interesting. Many of the Jews also worked at the port. Yeah, Eliza, thank you so much for letting us know. So a lot of them were port workers. According to ancient accounts, Greek fire, developed in 1672, was once a substance easily ignited, says Matt. Yeah, that recipe was lost throughout time. So most likely was not involved in that great fire. The founder of modern Turkey, Kemal Ataturk, was from Thessaloniki, says Robert. Oh, that's why there's an Ataturk museum here. Oh, that's interesting, Robert. Robert just left a very interesting comment. For people who don't know, Ataturk is basically the George Washington of modern day Turkey. He's very well renowned, just like George Washington is renowned in the US. Ataturk is very interesting. We might talk about that in a future day. Thank you so much, Robert. Go to Elinda's pastry and eat trigona with cream. Ooh, cool. I'll try some trigona. Thank you so much for the recommendation. I'm just admiring the buildings. I just love all these buildings. I think our next stop is going to be over here. Hey, Timea, nice to see you here. I can't imagine that it was just men that were taken. Women and children were as well, but it was majority of the men were the ones who were killed, as far as I know. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure of the statistics with the women and children, though no doubt many of them were indeed victims of the genocide. Cynthia says, would like to sit down for a coffee. Maybe another day, maybe another day. We might eat something. We might try a pastry at some point. Coffee, it's a bit late for me. Hey, Valenti, saludos. Bienvenidos, Valenti, a Thessalonica, Grecia. Welcome to Thessalonica. Babu says another straw hat. Wearing the same one from Santorini. No different. Sun is very strong here. And it's very dry, very hot today. Welcome everyone. Let me know where you're watching from. So this was the old school philosophy. On the north side of this same road was the historic building of the university campus, which was built in 1887 by Valentino Ocelli. It housed the Ottoman School of Public Administration. And after 1913, it was converted into a military hospital. And in 1927, it was the first faculties of Aristotle University. And that leads to a very good reason why this city is great for food. Yep, Thessaloniki. I am blown away by the food, and I'm so excited to show you food. Hence, that's why we're mostly wandering today, as opposed to a straight history tour. Why is food so good here? I think there's a few reasons. Greece has a very good agriculture, some of the best in the entire Southern Europe. But beyond that, there's also a lot of university students. And when there's a lot of university students, there tends to be some good food. We're gonna try and find that food as we go further into here. I wonder if there are Bible sites here. Yes, Babu, there's a few, and that most likely Old City, which is down up there. Wendy says, yes, please show some mastication. You can try the Culinary pastry. It's quite near from where you are now. Near Aristotle Square near the sea, says Maria. Maria, sure will do. Hey, Cerberus says Thessaloniki has better food than Athens. I think so, yes. Well, I've heard that from the Thessalonians. Thank you so much for letting me know. But from my experience thus far, I came here on Sunday night. I ate something. And then I ate today. And I thought I had a good Slovaki in Athens. And I thought I had a good enough Slovaki in Santorini. But no, I was wrong. The Slovaki here is on another level. It might not have the views of Santorini. It might not have the charm of Athens. But the food, my God, it is as delicious as ever. So here we're seeing some ruins. So the Byzantines wanted to protect, first the Romans and then the Byzantines wanted to protect the city of Thessaloniki. As I mentioned, it's a very important port. And here are the fortifications that we're going to see all throughout here. The sign is ruined as well, says Babu. Yes, indeed it is. Does it snow in winter? Very little it snows, but you can just go a few like an hour drive away and see snow. Kay earlier asked, hey, can I, did I take photos yesterday? Yeah, I did. I took plenty of photos. I'll post them soon. I also took plenty of TikTok videos. So be sure to follow me on Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok. That's where I post those shorter portrait framed videos. Emil says you should try Slovakia at Delikatessen. I did try there, Emil, the past 2 days. I think that might be one of the stops during this tour, so stay tuned. So this is Constantino Melenicu Street, which runs street with 3 E's. Street with 3 E's. Runs alongside of Thessaloniki's eastern wall. Here's the various construction periods, which are easily distinguished. The oldest section dating, which is 200s, which is not the particularly strong perimeter wall. And then more walls were built in the 4th century, 300s, with added strength. But these walls were maintained in good repair until 1902 when it was demolished. Damn Ottomans! Nobody expects the Ottomans. Just when you think everything was good in Greece, we learn about the Ottomans. And they do something crazy. Babu, what's Slovakia? Slovakia is a meat. It's a skewered meat. Basically pieces of meat. Pork or chicken usually. You can also get lamb, depends where. It's like shish kebab, yeah, like shish kebab. Shish kebab is basically the Middle Eastern version of it. So these ones, I can touch because they're not marble. Yay! It's so cool. Touching Roman ruins. Finally, I can touch some ruins. You know, all throughout Athens, I couldn't touch any of the ruins because they're all made out of pristine marble. But here I can touch all the ruins. This is Roman architecture. You should try bugatsa. I did try bugatsa earlier. Everyone, I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you because I have an amazing Greek urbanist by the name of Panagiotis who has been giving me amazing recommendations. And I have been obsessed with bugatsa. So much so that I've only had it once. I gotta have it twice. So maybe today during this tour, we're gonna have a second bugatsa somewhere. Stay tuned. Ataturk tried to improve Turkey, says Babu. Okay, cool. Well, maybe we'll talk about Ataturk tomorrow or the day after. What time is it now here? Ooh, I gotta change Nightbot again, but it is 6:41 p.m. 6:42 p.m. somewhere around there. The walls consist of the typical late Roman mixed style construction, says Matt. Thank you so much, Matt. Matt is leaving some gems of knowledge. So thank you so much, Matt. Appreciate you. Cerberus says, nice, Ariel. By the way, Thessaloniki is the capital of bugatsa. Yes, it's where it was invented. Are there benches? Yes, there are benches, but we're gonna see if we'll see nicer benches. All right, everyone, I gotta change off from sunglasses because this is now more of a bigger city feel. Someone earlier asked me, how does this feel compared to Athens? To me, Athens is awesome, but Athens seems a bit more older, especially in the center. It feels more older. Glyfada feels a little bit more modern. But Glyfada to me feels like Miami or modern parts of Puerto Rico. But here, this feels a little bit more like Paris. It feels a little bit more like a city. And hence, luckily, there's not that much sun everywhere. So I might not need my hat as much as I did in Santorini. So be sure to Dress appropriately for Thessaloniki, though it gets hot and dry. Ooh, is that cheetah? Yeah, I think it is cheetahs. Yeah. Love your shirt. Looking good as always, says Wendy. Oh, thank you so much, Wendy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. He has a tiger shirt today. Indeed, I do. I think Nightbot was left in Santorini. Yeah, Nightbot wanted to stay in Santorini. Ronald is making a reference to the automated robot moderator that leaves information about the different areas we visit. Benny says hipster mode activated, and you know what? There's a little bit more hipster fashion here in Thessaloniki compared to Athens. You'll see that a little bit here. Here, I think, is a bit of a more hipper city. 1 more hour from Spain, says Mikel. Yes. Love your history architecture videos. I'm so glad you do. Follow me on TikTok as well, Ariel Vieira. Or Instagram, Urbanist Live. Did I get lunch? Yeah, I ate Slovakia earlier. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna have Slovakia again on this video. Milo, did I get a haircut? Yes, I did, Milo. I did get a haircut from a Greek man who didn't know too much English. Jenny says, nice haircut. Thank you so much, Jenny. Appreciate that. Jenny! Hope you're doing well. Glad you were able to tune in live. So I get this comment a lot from people when I show cities like Athens, like Mexico, etc. A lot of people say, oh, there's so much graffiti. It's so terrible, so horrible. Yeah, there is indeed graffiti. New York used to be very similar. New York makes it very, very, very strict if you get caught doing graffiti. These cities, not so much. So you're gonna see more. At least for me personally, it doesn't ruin my experience. But let me know, do you care, or does it really, is it no bother to you? Let me know in the comments. Genevieve just arrived. I'm off to lunch. I'm so glad, Genevieve. Kay says, I remember I had my hair done in Naples by a really old man that couldn't speak any English. When I was little, in NYC was covered in graffiti, even the subway cars. Any Banksies? Ooh, I don't know if Banksy's was here. Robert's not a fan of it. Nancy loves it. Yeah, sometimes it adds a certain charm to a city. Please come on visit Belgrade, says Marija. One day I will visit Belgrade, but it's tough now with pandemic restrictions to some of those Balkan states. All right, let's go this way. Rhonda! Are you staying in the Airbnb again? Yes, I am indeed at Airbnb. It is not much to look at, so I might post like an Instagram story. So be sure to follow me on Instagram, everyone. At the end of my big dog. Wow, he's really well fed. Ooh, Oh, is this a cinema? This is a music venue. Ronald says, graffiti is a good warning to be aware of your surroundings. Though I might agree with you, Thessaloniki has a reputation of being very safe. ¿Dónde está la gente? Ana, estamos ahora en una área un poco más residencial. Ya mismo vamos a ver la área un poco más lleno de personas. Esta ciudad no es tan grande. Tiene solo 1 millón de personas en la área entera metropolitana. No es como México que tiene 23 millones. So it's not like Mexico City. There's 23 million in Mexico City. Here's there's only 1 million in the metropolitan area. Not like New York either. New York is also about 20 plus million people in the metropolitan area. But yeah, we're in the residential area. We're not gonna see too many people yet. We just gotta go to more of the restaurants area, which we're gonna see soon. Any old ladies with dogs? No, luckily not. Ronald, we are not in the dangerous areas like the Upper East Side of New York. Mikel, no, the stores aren't closing. It's just we're in the kind of more residential area. Look at this. Let's try to go around it. Do you know where you're going, says Fred? I have a general idea of what I want to show you. As for the exact direction, no. But the city is gridded, so I don't feel like I'm gonna get too lost. Ashley says, all the ladies you walk by have gorgeous, voluminous hair. Yes, it is a very fashionable city. Look who we found. Diogenes the cat. We meet again. We meet again, Diogenes. So this is the Rotunda. Wow, beautiful cat. It's a kitten, maybe. José, ustedes, gracias por hablar español, mi placer. José, ¿los puede preguntar cualquier cosa en español? También. No hablo tanto en español porque este programa es mayormente en inglés. Pero a veces yo soy bilingüe. You can ask questions in Spanish sometimes. This is beautiful. Hey, Kay says we have a building in, we have a hospital in Dublin called the Rotunda. Oh, cool. So what happened after the Kingdom of Macedonia owned these lands, the Hellenic Empire. Well, first let's talk about the name Greece. This area is not called Greece by the Greek people. It's Hellas. That's where we get the word Hellenic. That's where we get the word Hellenic Empire, which is the Hellenic culture, represents most of Greece, modern day Greece. Macedonia, part of the Hellenic culture. Spartans and Athenians, all Hellenic. So this country would be called Hellas. But because the Romans came here, they call it Grecia. And Grecia meant that these were different people. And thus, the Romans came here in the years 300 and took over. And this was the Emperor Galerius. And Galerius and the building, beautiful structures here, including this rotunda. And the beautiful thing about this rotunda is that indoors, it was designed similar to the Pantheon in Rome. So it had an oculus on top, and the oculus would shine on the sun all around the rotunda. However, it was remade into a lot of different things throughout the ages, because after the Romans were here were the Byzantines, and the Byzantines were the Orthodox, or the first Christian empire, and they made it into a church. And then later on it became part of the Ottoman Empire, which they made into a mosque. And it was edited throughout the years and pretty well preserved because it kept becoming a religious building. Now it's here to this day as a tourist attraction. Kalispera! It's nice to see you here. Tamo says, oh dear, the Macedonian issue. Oh dear, indeed. They called the Germans barbarians. Indeed they did. Because they spoke bar 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 bar. That's how the Germans spoke, according to the Greeks. Bar 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 bar. Bar 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 bar. Apparently they were goats. They call them barbarians. So I wish I could go inside. It's closed on Tuesdays. Also, there's probably no service in there. But it is indeed gorgeous. Look at that. Germans still speak that way, says Tamu. Germans still speak bar 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 bar. It's also known by its consecration use as the Greek Orthodox of Agios Georgios. Thank you so much, Matt. So yeah, part of Greek Orthodoxy as well. This is where we would go with my friends to hang out, drink wine, and talk. I love the Rotunda area, says George. Ooh, George, it's so cool. Do let us know if you have any recommendations for food. I know a few people have already wrote things. So that's how it looks like from the top. Beautiful. It's stunning how it's still preserved to this day. Absolutely stunning. Want to know how Galerius looks like? This was him. Do you have any plans to go to the castle, says Labrina? We did. Oh, inside. Inside there's no service. So, super urbanists are going to get a bonus 360 video. It's a cool thing about being a super urbanist. If you're a super urbanist watching right now, let everyone know what you think about the 360 videos, how much you're enjoying them. Because they get first access to videos where places are hard to show with service. So George, were these one of the places you would come and drink wine with friends? It's a nice area. Kalispera, Wendy. So yeah, you're gonna see, if you are a super urbanist, you're gonna see the 360 videos. There's already 5 posted. Patreon.com/urbanist, or press that join button on YouTube, or press that become a supporter button on Facebook. Ashley says Galerius looks like Michael Rappaport. Oh, I don't know who Michael Rappaport is. Do let me know who he is. I love the look of these buildings, and look at these huge awnings on the buildings, and they have very big terraces. Unlike Paris, Paris is known for its tiny little terraces. New York is known for its decorative terraces, if any. I like here that they actually have a terrace where you can sit on and extend your feet. Chris says, do you enjoy Rocky? I did, thank you so much. Chris was so kind enough to give me some Cretan Rocky, and Rocky is really good, really good. But Nejota says it's common for Greek buildings to have them because of the hot sun and rain and snow year long. Marie says they're called verandas. Thank you so much for clarifying. Verandas, thank you. 9 floors, I wonder if they're walk-ups. I'm staying in the Airbnb of a similar type of building. I have an elevator. But I am not taking the elevator because the power has gone out a few times. So fair warning for anyone wanting to visit Thessaloniki on a very hot day. Apparently the city can't handle all the air conditioners, and the power has been going out. Luckily not for too long, but for like 30-40 minutes at a time, a few times a day. Happened twice today, so don't take an elevator. Luckily I have not been stuck in the elevator. Here's the Ark of Galerius, the Roman emperor, and they have these beautiful reliefs. That show, I think it shows him taking over Thessaloniki. The Romans end up taking over most of the Hellenic Empire and adopting most of its culture. No graffiti on these ruins. No, they're very well protected ruins, and I think a lot of people respect them. They might not respect the newer buildings built 100 years ago, but these ruins, they do. There's always a manual way to open up an elevator door at the top, says Barbara. Yeah, here they have those type of elevators. Bob and his crew protects the ruins, says B. Griffin. Yeah, Bob's Greek cousins protect the ruins. Wow. So Pericles is somewhere up there. Babu says the birds will poop on you if you try anything with the ruins. B. Griffin said the same thing. Yeah. Ah, we found Pericles. He's hunting the ladies. Pericles always going after the ladies. Pericles came over, visited. Thing is, he's not as good with the ladies as Bob. Bob Bob is quite a charmer. Pericles, not so much. But he doesn't stop. He doesn't stop trying. Good spirits, at least. All right, we see a church. Who wants to walk in? Greek Orthodox Church. Wendy says, don't blame him. Bob is quite a charmer. He has a lot of bobettes, including a few Greek bobettes. That's why he has a lot of Greek cousins. Pericles tries too hard. Yeah, I think he does. He's also very heavily into making a coup on the government with this coup. So, yeah, I don't think people are into that type of intensity. Who wants to go into the church? Let us know. I gotta take off my hat. Now, what style are these columns? Good question. Good question. That's the sign. If that's the sign to go in, I don't know what is. What style of columns? Name that style. This one's a bit trickier because it's actually not the main Greek styles. The three ones. Oh, there's a priest. Alright, I'll be quiet. Okay, I'm not gonna stay in too long. I wish I could show more, but in Orthodox churches, they usually have like someone, a caretaker. I'm not sure what the person is called. Usually there's a caretaker. Usually it's a woman. They're also cleaning constantly the church. She gave me a very, very strict look, like just like you're not supposed to come in here. Didn't say anything, but Greek Orthodox, I think, are a little bit more stricter than the Catholics. So I'll walk in to another church, hopefully when there's no mass going on. But yeah, very beautiful. Panajotas, you probably know that look growing up Greek. Very serious, the Greek Orthodox. Very serious people. So this was known as the Camara, which was built in between 298 and 305 AD. As I mentioned, it was in the commemoration of the Emperor Galerius. And it was a victorious campaign against the Persian army, of taking this Hellenic empire. It had a processional road that led all the way to the Rotunda. Now the four center pillars have a marble relief decoration, which we're seeing right over here. And they were connected by a small dome. And it depicted the battle against the Persians. So not taking over, well, taking over Thessalonika, but battling the Persians specifically. Now here, we're starting to see a little bit more vibrancy. Now we're entering a little bit more of the commercial area. B. Griffin says, I think the victory against the Persians were what is modern day Iraq. Ah, yes. Thank you. Are the people kind with the tourists, says Nomades. Ooh, great question, Nomades. Kamada is a great meeting spot at night too. Ooh, I might come here at night. You could film, but it's a bit weird, says Manajutas. Yes, yes, I don't feel weird when at the mass it didn't feel right. But Catholic, you know, Catholics are a lot more chill. In Rome, I had a lot easy time going to any church. So Nomades asks, are people kind here with tourists? Oh, yes they are. Thessalonians, hard words to pronounce, but that's how you say, at least in English, that's how you say someone from Thessaloniki, are very proud of their city, as evidenced by a few commenters here. That's not the case in every city. Some cities like Paris, not all Parisians are super excited about their own city. New York, same thing. Not all New Yorkers are super excited about their own city. Some are, like myself and my colleagues who make live videos, but not all of them. But here I've noticed a lot of people are really, really proud of their city. That said, they're more kind enough to give you recommendations, to tell you where to eat, to tell you what to eat, to tell you who to meet. Very kind. You know, I got my hair cut, and even though the guy barely spoke English, he was trying to give me a bunch of recommendations, which I couldn't capture all of them because I had no idea what he was saying. However, English here is not so proficient at it as it is in Athens or in Santorini. So here you do have to go a little bit extra mile and try to speak a little bit more Greek. You will get around with English, but it's not as proficient. Alright, this is quite kind of hectic, so let me see if I can find a crosswalk. Do crosswalks exist in this city? I think there's one down there. Oh my god, we found the coffee island! The Starbucks of... the Starbucks of Greece. Look at that! Alright, let me cross. Donald says, great haircut, thank you so much. Great informative video. Thank you so much. You should definitely go eat at Kurbuti in the Ladadika area. Okay, thank you so much for the recommendation. Yes, that was the place that my Thessalonian barber was telling me. Crosswalks are banned in Greece, says B. Griffin. Oh no. I really love a vibrant city. Yeah, this city is vibrant. Definitely a car city. There is buses. I don't know how the buses work yet. But I love that it's also walkable despite the crazy traffic. Though, you know, there is a little bit more of a pleasantness walking around here than in Athens. And you know why? Let us know. I asked this to a Thessalonian, they might tell you the same thing. It feels a little bit nice to walk here than in Athens outside of the historic center. Let me know, what do you think the reason is? I'm pointing the camera towards the street so you can get a sense. There aren't any lane markings. Well, that is one of the reasons why it feels still a little bit treacherous to walk around. Oh, we have another beautiful church. Wow, we have a lot of beautiful churches here. Wendy says wider paths. Yes, that's one. I would say there would be two more reasons. Actually, David does offer another reason, more shaded trees, but that's a little bit more flexible. There's two more reasons here, I think. Tree line, yeah, that's true. Tree line does add to allure. Lights, says Sylvia. Yeah, I could say lights as well. Taller buildings, says Superman. That is a good reason as well. We have a lot of good reasons here. Tall buildings. Safer way to cross the street, says Adam. Yes. Less traffic, says Money. So actually we have a lot of good reasons. The trees do add shade, and shade is very important to the pleasantness of walking in the city. The buildings also add to the pleasantness of the city. There is a perfect proportion of what feels good to walk around. And that proportion is the buildings are as tall as the street is wide. And here they have that proportion. So that's why we have wide streets and tall buildings. It makes you feel cozy. Unlike New York, Midtown, you don't feel cozy. You feel kind of small. You feel kind of overwhelmed because the buildings are super tall and the streets are about the same width. But Paris does feel the same way, like this. Parts of Bucharest, Romania, which I showed, feels a little bit like this. The Plaka, which is much shorter and much more narrower, feels like this as well. So yeah, shade is a very important factor, and the buildings are an important factor. But the crosswalks, there's more visible crosswalks. And second, there's no obstacles in your sidewalk. So the wider pathways and no obstacles in your sidewalk makes it feel more pleasant, which is not the case in Athens. Beautiful city, but it is not the case in Athens. It is not the case in some other cities around the world, especially the ones that grew very hectically and not with proper urban design. So you end up having the street sign in the middle of the sidewalk and you don't know where to walk. You know, go to a very fast, crowded street and kind of try to squeeze by. You don't encounter that here. That's why I think lends to the pleasantness. So keep that in mind as I show you around. So we're going to be surrounded by a lot of these beautiful Greek Orthodox churches. And someone asked what type of style they are. A lot of these churches are derived from the Byzantine style. So some of these are dating back to the Byzantine. This one, I think, is losing its foundation. So it's kind of sinking. George says, $5 super chat. Thank you so much, George. No scaffolding here, says Fila. Yeah, you know, I got an Airbnb with a terrace with a balcony, and I was hoping to enjoy it. And almost in this entire city, but exactly now, in exactly the building I'm staying at, with this beautiful balcony, there is a huge scaffolding. Worst of luck. Cynthia wants to see the sea. Yeah, I might take a boat ride later today. Stay tuned. There's boat rides around the port. Someone left the $5 super chat. Who was it? George! George, thank you so much for a $5 super chat. Thank you, I appreciate it. Wow, look at this. Let's go this way. Seeing most storefronts are closed. Yes. Greek went through hard times. Philo says, oh no, how's the nightlife here? Milo, it's looking pretty vibrant. I assume this on the island. We are once called, but northern. Are there a lot of tourists in Greece right now? No. Andrea says it's not bad luck, you just gain more privacy. maybe that's the case. Maybe. So here is one of the other Starbuckses of Greece. Greece hasn't been taken over by Starbucks because they have really good coffee chains. Even though coffee chains are still not a big part of Greek culture because there's a lot of independent coffee shops. This is Mikel, which I think started here in Thessaloniki. Do let us know. Yeah, there's bad service here in the roundabout. Hellenic Gymnasium. This building is known to the elderly as the Housekeeping, which was a school, housed the Hellenic Gymnasium, the oldest Greek secondary school in all of Thessaloniki, built between 1892 and 1893 on the long belonging to the Greek community. It was built by the architect, this guy, we're going to hear his name a lot walking around Thessaloniki. He's known for his kind of Beaux-Arts architecture. Ernest Ziller. Ernest Ziller, he built a lot of the famous buildings here. It's like the Stanford White of Thessaloniki. Mikel started in Patras. Okay, thank you so much. Which was the coffee chain that started in Thessaloniki? I know there's one. Some German influences here, yeah, some German influences. And here we see some of the older architecture from the 1800s. Some of the architecture that survived, probably survived the fire. Hey, Rona says, thank you, Ariel, for this trip, for easing the pain of having you watch Eat Duncan. Yeah, Ronan, my pleasure. All right. I'm gonna buy myself a water because I am thirsty. Not like Pericles, the pigeon. Not that type of thirsty. Thirsty for water. Espera. 50? Okay. All right, water here. Pro tip, water at the stands are 50 cent euro. But if you go to the mini markets, they're as low as 14 cent euro. So pro tip, go to the mini markets and get yourself 3 bottles of water for the price of 1. You'll save a lot of money, which I gotta do myself and head over to the supermarket. Ah, feels good. Tamo says, still extremely cheap compared to most European cities. Right, right. Oh, so Panagiotis says, Mikel started in Larissa and Coffee Island started in Patras. Yes, Coffee Island is Patras. Thank you. Larissa, one of the richest areas known for its agriculture. It's about an hour and a half away, 2 hours away. Sharon says, why so much graffiti? Because the Greeks feel like it. That's a good question. I don't. New York is one of those cultures. London is also one of those cultures. But I don't think there's other cities like it. Let us know. Is there a city out there with not much graffiti? I have the feeling Japan, Tokyo is not one of those cities. Are there gangs here? No. No, Bob. Okay, everyone. Let's breathe. This is a safe city. I've heard this from a lot of Thessalonians. Almost everyone have told me that. It's a very safe city. I'm getting the vibe of very safe. I, at not even one time here, have felt unsafe in these past 2 days. I've been to a few parts of the city. It's a very safe city. Graffiti does not equate not safety. Keep that in mind. It's okay. Paul says, may you grab some water and late lunch at Erogan. Agora. Yes, I heard many recommendations. Indeed it does. Oh, Ronald says Japan does have graffiti on the back streets. Okay, good to know. Maria says, I know Mikel started in Larissa. After they split, one friend kept Mikel and the other one started Bruno. So that's the other chain. Thank you so much, Maria. We have a few Marias tuning in. Maria K is also tuning in. Maria K, nice to see you here as well. Susie says the street art, the graffiti makes you feel safe. Yeah. Here it is. Art, but no graffiti. Yeah, exactly. Some cities have less graffiti than others. It doesn't mean, it doesn't correlate with safety. Fancy says Singapore has absolutely no graffiti. Vienna also doesn't have graffiti, yeah. But many other places do. Mala sent 500 stars. Mala, you're so kind. Thank you so much for the 500 stars. I appreciate you, Mala. Thank you, thank you. Does this building remind you of anything? Let us know. Hint, hint. Have you ever been to Istanbul? Or ever seen photos of Istanbul? Or read a book about the greatest ancient wonders of the world? George says, reminds me of Turkey. Very good assessment. And there's a good reason why it looks like a mosque. Eliza got it correct. A few other people said things are very similar. This is the Hagia Sophia. Not to be confused with the Hagia Sophia of Istanbul. This was a Byzantine church built in the likeness of the Hagia Sophia, which is in Istanbul. At that time it was called Constantinople. This city, and let me pull up his image right now so you know how he looks like. Where's Constantine? I got him here somewhere. Here he is, Emperor Constantine. Trisha says it looks like a mosque. Well, it became a mosque when the Ottomans took over in 1430. But before then, it was a Christian church for many decades. Let me cross the street over here. Let me see if I can get in. To visit Istanbul someday, says B. Griffin. I have visited Istanbul personally. One of the best cities I've ever been to in a historical point of view. But unfortunately, I haven't been yet. I'll go to Istanbul. So 330, 4th century, Constantine, emperor of the Byzantine Empire. They called themselves the Romans because they were the Roman Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire. It got very complicated after that. They took over Thessaloniki, but Thessaloniki was constantly being bombarded by other cities and states like Bulgaria, the pirates who were from Saracen, and even the Normans, the Vikings, came here in 1185 AD. And then the Crusaders also took over. But the Byzantiums wanted something that looked very similar to their cherished Hagia Sophia in Constantinople / Istanbul. And they built their own version here in Thessaloniki. The church was dedicated to Christ, the word and the wisdom of God, as they saw it back then. And it was built on the ruins of an early Christian 5-aisle basilica in the 7th century. So there has been a church here since the 300s, but the one that we're seeing right now was built later. It was built around the 7th century to 8th century. So about the 600s to about the 700s. This great church of Thessaloniki remained until 1524, when it was converted into a mosque because of those Ottomans. Nobody expects the Ottomans. If anyone's wondering what am I referring to, search after this video, search Monty Python. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, the men here are more wearing more vibrant color than Athens. Hagia Sophia of Thessaloniki. So for comparison, let me show you how the actual Hagia Sophia looks like right over here. So before we walk in, let's discuss a little bit why it reminds a lot of people of a mosque. Well, the reason it looks like a mosque was because, as we mentioned a few times, nobody expects the Ottomans because the Eastern Roman Empire did not expect the Ottomans. They came crashing on their doors, on their walls of Constantinople, and took over, starting the Ottoman Empire that expanded all the way up to the Balkans, into Hungary, down into what used to be Persia, modern-day Iran, and into Greece. The Ottomans converted a lot of these great churches from the Byzantine Empire, which were the early Christian churches, into mosques. So those famous mosques that we now know today from Istanbul were actually churches, Christian churches before. And that's why we associate them with mosques. They weren't originally mosques, they were originally Christian. And that's why we have that sense. So let's walk inside. Donald says, I think it's pronounced Hagia Sophia. The Ottoman Empire defeated the Byzantine Empire with cannons. Yeah, they were one of the first ones to use cannons and also guns. All right, let's walk inside. I gotta be quiet though. Don't mind me. I'm gonna go inside right there. This? So who might that be? Who might this be? I don't know for 100% for sure, but I think it might be. I don't see a sign, but I think this might be Saint Demetrius. Saint Demetrius is known as the patron saint of Thessaloniki. He was a Roman soldier. He had a father who was one of the commanders. Secretly, he decided to join the Christian faith, but it was blasphemy back then. Well, Saint Demetrius decided to keep it a secret from his father. But being a Roman soldier, he still had his obligations. So he ended up going, his father ended up telling him, hey, I'm going to send you on a mission. You have to destroy the Christian community and kill many Christians here in Thessaloniki. Well, Saint Demetrius had a dilemma because he no longer believed in the so-called idolatry of the Romans. That was his position. I'm not stating my own or making any religious statements. So he decided to go against his father and said, no, curse your idolatry. I'm a Christian. I won't do this mission. I won't kill the Christians and persecute them. Well, Saint Demetrius was sentenced to death. He was tortured and killed. And he ended up becoming the patron saint of Thessaloniki. Rhonda says, please put your mic closer. Rhonda, I'm in the church. I can't really speak loud. I know some people are hard of hearing. If anyone can write it down in the comments for those people, please do. But in the church, I can't speak too loud.
Hello.
Hey.
You want to know who's based here? That's about
Yes, exactly.
because we don't have any information in English.
Yes, please do.
Just a few basic info about this.
Yeah.
At the chapel in the silver coffin, we keep the relics and the remains of the body of Saint Vasilios.
Oh, this is Vasilios, okay.
It's not Vasilios the Great because many visitors confuse it with the same name.
Okay.
It was an archbishop who has served Orthodox religion at this chapel as Archbishop Thessaloniki in the middle period of the 9th century, 11 centuries ago in the past. And we keep the relics and the remains of his body at this temple because, above all, it was found that buried into this temple after an earthquake that struck Thessaloniki in 1978, especially on the 3rd day of the May of 1981, 3 years after that earthquake, during the repair works that still continues to do into this temple, in order to restore the stability of the monument.
Right.
It was found that buried behind the altar on the right side of the corridor in this temple, and a few years later, when with the help of University of Thessaloniki come to the conclusion that those relics are remains of his period as Archbishop, who created this chapel in order to keep the relics of His Holiness and have the option to memorize his memory every first day of the February as local Saint Archbishop Thessaloniki.
Oh, I see. And what's the association with Demetrius?
What?
Demetrius. Demetrius.
Saint Demetrius,
Yeah.
it's the protector of the city.
Yeah.
And it's kept his relics in another temple.
It's another temple, okay. Which one is that one?
The temple of Saint Demetrius. If
Oh.
you Google, sorry.
Yes, nearby.
Yes, you
Yeah,
will
right,
find
right.
the
Oh.
destinations and
Oh,
all that.
Wonderful. They look very similar with the same beard and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
We have this probability with most sense.
Right. That's wonderful. So his body's still inside.
Yes. Not the body, the bones and the remains of his body.
Oh, wow, wonderful.
And also, if you're interested,
Yes, please.
on this boat, you may find some basic notes about because of the temporary elements.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So it says here, St. Sophia is one of the most important buildings of the medieval Thessaloniki. It is a church built in Christ's honor, who from the first ecumenical synod was recognized the reason and the wisdom of God, is considered a building of intermediary style. Its architectural technique is in the adaptation of the basilican plan of the new disposition of the cupola. It was seized by the Turks in 1430. Well, it says BC, but it's actually AD. And it became a Christian church once again in 1912. Wow. So, Saint Demetrius, we're going to learn about him soon, because look how similar they look. I'll pop them up again. Is there inside? I did too. Greek Orthodoxy. Wow, it does look like the Hagia Sophia. Wow. Wow, that was quite breathtaking. I hope you enjoyed that. One thing, I've received a few comments, and that they're understandable, saying that the fact that I'm whispering is a bit annoying or hard to hear. When I go to these places, churches or museums, or certain holy places, I tend to speak lower because I want to respect the peace. And if I were collaborating with the church, maybe that would be different, but I try to respect the peace. And these places are also meant for peace, so that's why I'm speaking lower. I do my best to speak as clearly and as close to the mic as possible, but there are certain limitations, and I hope you understand. However, I'm always happy to repeat things. And that was Saint Vasilios. And Vasilios was, or I might be mispronouncing his name, something along the lines of Vasilios. And he is buried in that tomb, or he is entombed in that coffin. And his relics were found also underneath the church. So there's a beautiful crypt down underneath. So check them out. The crypt, I think, does open, but I think it's closed already. It closes like at 2 or 3 p.m. Beyond that, the Saint Demetrius, which might pop in afterwards. I think we'll see him maybe another day, because I think we're still pretty far away from the Church of Saint Demetrius. Demetrius is the patron saint of Thessaloniki, and he ended up going against his father's wishes of subjugating the Christian people of Thessaloniki, because he converted into Christianity and he was martyred for it. He was killed. And he is the patron saint of the city, which we'll see his namesake place soon. Stay tuned. I got confused. I thought that was Saint Demetrius because I saw a saint with very high veneration. I just assumed it was the patron saint. So let's keep on walking. You can visit Saint Demetrius another day, yeah. Okay, everyone. So I have only 20% battery left. I need to hook up battery if I want to continue this live video. Let me know. There is a very vibrant area filled with pastries and food. So let me know if you want to continue this tour in the center of Thessaloniki to have some food and pastries. Vote now, and if you do, you gotta do me one favor. You gotta slam that like button right now. And the reason I asked for this is because a lot of people have not seen these videos. Even people who subscribe to the channel have not seen it, because YouTube gets to decide what they show. And YouTube is an algorithm. It's not actual human making these decisions. And the algorithm assumes that if you watch a lot of New York City live streams, you'll only be interested in New York City. That's understandable. Assume that the YouTube algorithm is like an 8-year-old kid. Sometimes an 8-year-old kid has to be taught a few lessons. YouTube algorithm, and the way we do teach the YouTube algorithm is by doing two things. Leaving a like. So slam that like button right now. Like is the easiest thing to do. But after these live videos, or for the older live videos in Greece, leave a comment in the comments. And there also teaches YouTube, hey, not only people like this video, but they're also interacting with it. You know, if you're on a set algorithm, so share this video with any Facebook groups that are relevant about travel, about history, about architecture, or about food, or anything relevant to Greece. Share with those groups. So Panagiotis left a 10 euro super chat, says I'll do reach out to me personally. At least YT is now aboard 12 years of battery, and I'll be right back. Food, yes, a lot of people are voting for food. Awesome. Okay, that's great to hear. George says, or you want to learn about pigeons? Yes, you can. Oh, vote that. Maria says yes to food. So let me know if you're on team like. I need your likes in order to sustain the battery of this phone. I ran out pretty quickly today, only 2 hours in. I'm shocked that Ariel doesn't walk with several battery packs on him. Veronica, I do. Yeah, I literally do walk around with the battery pack. Not several, I don't need several. This battery pack alone can charge the iPhone about 3 times over, or more, I think 4 or 5 times over. So no, I don't need additional. Sometimes I do if I'm really traveling for a long time and tend to live stream for a long time. It's mastication time. Oh yes, it is mastication time. Bear with me. I'm learning to cook cool Greek food this week. Ooh, Rebus, you might need to learn some new recipes because we're gonna encounter some interesting bites as we walk around. If you have any recommendations for bites in this area, do let me know. It must have been the ghost of the saint that he drained the battery. Maybe. The guy was kind enough to give us some background of the Hagia Sophia. Connecting to the flux capacitor, says George. Yes, indeed. All right. Bear with me. Teresa says, nice shirt. Thank you so much, Teresa. David says, I've been watching too many ghost adventure shows. That's okay. There's a few ghost stories here. Hopefully we'll bump into them. The stories, not the ghosts. In the kingdom, one can't say one is a king. What are you referring to, George? Natalia says, I like your videos. I'm so glad. Who's on Team Love? Yes, Kay. Thank you so much for spreading the word. Press that heart button on Facebook. It helps more than the like button. The number's already going up. We got more and more people tuning in. So keep slamming that like button if you haven't either. Diego says, saludos, Diego. Bienvenidos. I think that way is towards the old city, which we'll see another day. Here's where I took the photo that I posted in the morning. And now let's go down this way. Looks like the sun is setting. Yes, it is setting. Here's another popular, very famous building. If anyone knows the exact history of it, do let us know in the comments. And because of me coming here to the great city of Thessaloniki, Thessaloniki decided to plant some Urbanist orange flowers. Panagiotis, if you can thank the mayor for me, please do. I hope Ariel shows us the souvenirs like he did in Veronica. You know, I've gotten very few souvenirs. I'm very constrained in baggage between places. I'm very constrained in baggage. Oh, it's gonna be hard to cross over here. Bear with me. Amalia, I'm in your city. Yes, I am, Amalia. Thank you so much for tuning in. More weird modern art. Yes. Cassia says vote yes. George says don't forget to bring us some Greek pastries. Hey, Sarah says I love all your videos. I'm unable to travel, so I'm traveling through you. Yes. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm happy to share these travels. Stray dogs are very well fed here. They're so huge. Welcome to one of the main streets here, main plazas. Lots of Greek Orthodox priests walking here, more than you would see in Athens, because I think we're close to the very holy places. And also there's a lot, like, there's a few monasteries within the city limits as well. No one else says all the souvenirs I got will be shipped by private cargo plane. Yes, indeed. Flying besides my private jet. Veronica, I hope you're listening to the video because I just responded to your comment. So very vibrant streets here. Lots of people out and about. Is that the tiniest fountain ever, says Jau? Yes, Jau, might be. Might be the tiniest fountain. Has a very humble fountain, unlike the origins of this city. That definitely was not Ottoman fountain. I love the cafes here. Most people here are just drinking coffee, and look how fancy it is. I'm stunned by how fancy this cafe is. And it's mostly just coffee, and maybe a pastry. Really interesting culture here when it comes to cafes. People here in Greece, from what I heard from a few Greeks, told me that they start drinking coffee at 6 and they all order only one and just drink that coffee for like 3 hours. And it's because they're mostly cold drinks, and hence they can last for that long. And the ice melts and you still have a good coffee drink after maybe 2 hours or 3 hours. And that's what people do, and they don't rush you out. So if you want to sit and people watch, just come to one of these cafes, and it ain't like America where you'll be rushed out. Nope, here they'll let you linger as much as you would like. Here are the grand fountains of Thessaloniki. Very grand, very big. George says I'm about to drink Folgers coffee right now. It's good, George. Glad you are. Wow, so big, yeah. Yeah, Bruce, massive fountain. Massive. I had to stay away from it because otherwise I would get wet. We're right by the sea, once again. I see the sea. Hey, Susie says, can't watch the live video because you're working most of the week. I bid you adieu. Thank you so much for tuning in, Susie. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for saying hello. Hope you enjoy the replay. Oh, we're close to one of the famous hotels. Where is it at? Will you be going to that cafe tomorrow, says Aristotle? And I might pay a visit just to linger and sit down and people watch. good at Frogger? Let me know in the comments. If you're good at Frogger, this is the city for you. The distance. Liv says the cars are similar to ours. In America, we have even more SUVs. So here you see a lot more smaller cars. I see much more smaller cars. Even the ambulances are a little bit smaller. As opposed to America, where we have gigantic pickup trucks, and people have a pickup truck even though they people have massive SUVs, even though they have maybe one kid. Thank you for sharing it with us. My pleasure. My pleasure. So if you enjoy these videos, if you're new to these videos are not just me merely walking around kind of showing the sights. There's a lot of research that goes into them. So while it might look like a walk in the park, sometimes it's quite literally an actual walk in the park. There's more into that. There's about a few hours of research. For especially the history-centric ones like this one was earlier. And also there's a lot of photos that put on and images that have to find. And then beyond that, there's those additional TikToks and 360 videos and photos that you're seeing. All that goes into the making of this show. So thank you so much for the people who left very kind messages about it. Very nice city. Really loving this city. And you know, magical might be a very strong word in this context, but like, it is fun. It's fun. It's a fun city. Did you know Thessaloniki has 3 rivers? The longest river is the Vardar, says Matt, 241 miles. Whoa! The other river is the Ludius, 24 miles, and the Gallicos, 44 miles. On first impression, I like it more than Athens, says Adrian. Me too. You know, Athens has some impeccable history, which you can't find in many more places. You know, you have the Acropolis, which is just a mind-blowing sight on its own. But here we have... It's a very nice city. Love the cruise ship entertainment director looks. Alright, let's check out. I love these signs. Kudos to the city of Thessaloniki for making these signs. Really awesome way to learn about all these beautiful churches. Georgios Palamas. St. Georgios Palamas. The Metropolitan Cathedral of Thessaloniki was built between 1891 and 1914. We see a historical photo right over here. And you can see some elements from the Hagia Sophia. And it was the premises of the Church of Saint... This guy. Who is he again? Let us know. Let me know if you've been paying attention. Which was Saint Demetrius, which was the metropolis of the city from the 16th century until it was destroyed by a fire in 1890. Oh, quite a bit of fires happened. The original designs of the cathedral were made by this guy over here. He's making another comeback. Ernst Ziller. He's basically the Stanford White of Thessaloniki, meaning he's the most popular, one of the most popular architects of that 1800s architecture. It was the first post-Byzantine church with a dome in Thessaloniki, and its architectural style combines Byzantine, neoclassical, and neo-Romanesque. The original frescoes were designed by Nicholas Gesanlis, destroyed in the 1978 earthquake. Oh my god, another earthquake. So many earthquakes. So we got another Ernst Ziller building. It's quite a bit of them. Is this open to the public? I'm gonna see if I can walk in. I'm not sure if it's open to the public. I don't think so, no. Yeah, it's closed. I'll show you from the outside though. Hey, David says flying to Rome today. I also know a Roman YouTuber currently in Greece. His name is Marian Borsea. Found him on Instagram. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. David, thank you so much for a $5 super chat. I really hope you enjoy your trip to Roma. Okay, time to head up. I think they're closing up. I think this might be not a public building. It might be used for something else nowadays. I'm not sure what. Beautiful. Huh? Okay, by this time, I don't need a hat anymore. I wish I could like stuff in my backpack, which I might do. Hello, Seafawi, nice to see you here. Matt says Saint Demetrius. Yes, Saint Demetrius, patron saint of Thessaloniki. Oh my god, ATV here. Are we in Santorini again? Here's the buses. Lots of bus service here. Metro, I don't think it's still open. It's been construction since 1989. It's costing upwards of $1.7 billion. It's closed at 2 p.m. Oh, Matt. Oh, okay. So the building does open to the public. It just closed at 2 p.m. Thank you so much, Matt. Appreciate that. I appreciate the extra info you're putting in the comments. Hey, Ivana and Oryx. Nice to see you here. I love this. Very vibrant. Lots of people out and about. Lots of motorcycles. Seems like to be a very popular motorcycle city, or moped slash scooters. So people wanted to see life. Here's the nightlife. Lots of things happening here. You see? Lots of bars. There's even a Mexican restaurant right behind this one. There's even New York style pizza here, and it's somewhere down here, which is very interesting because it's rare to find New York style pizza in Europe. Okay, bear with me. I gotta. Yeah, there's like 3 Mexican restaurants here in Thessaloniki, which is very interesting. They don't have the best reviews though. And I was like at a cafe, drinking Italian coffee, drinking a freddo espresso made with Italian beans, and they were playing salsa music. So that's globalism for all of you. Yeah. If you ever want to know what globalism is, have a freddo espresso in Thessaloniki, Greece. George says, what are your favorite places in Greece? Well, Santorini blew me away. It truly, deeply blew me away. But each of these 3 different cities has different aspects. Santorini was the views and the charm of those cities on the cliffside. Athens was the very, very long history of ancient Greece and the beautiful ancient neighborhoods of. We have Thessaloniki, which has the charm of a modern European city with some of the best food ever, which I'm going to show you soon, but we're kind of strolling around first. So here we had one of the largest squares designed by our main guy, Ernest Hedbrad. And it's called Aristotle Square. Aristotle Square. The only urban block where, following the 1917 fire, the new city plan envisaged the Hedbrad Committee was implemented. The building's facades with the arcs and colonnades combine the elements of the city's Byzantine heritage with the European and Mediterranean architectural motifs. Oh, I love how textbook this sounds. During the post-war years, the city's new waterfront square is identified by the crowd and the passion of political rallies and marches of workers and students. During the 1950s, the square was the heart of the film entertainment industry. There were 5 open movie theaters here. Ooh, that's so cool. There was the Rio, the Zephyros, and on the east side there was the Elenis and the Isilia and the Rex. Designating the square are the 2 post-war buildings on the upper side. The Olympian, which we see right over here behind the bus stop. The Olympian, which is the headquarters of the Thessaloniki International Film Festival. Basically the center of Greek film culture. And it was built in 1948 and 1950 by architect Moshe Zak. And the Electric Palace Hotel inaugurated right here, this building. Electric Palace Hotel inaugurated in the 1960s. The latter of the site was the first school of the Alliance of Israelite Universelle. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe some type of association. Built in 1837, which aimed to the education of the city's Jews in accordance to European standards. The famous and the cosmopolitan Mediterranean Palace Hotel, built in 1922. Which one is that one? Somewhere around here. Oh, but that one was demolished. So Aristotle Square. This is probably a very unique square because most European cities, the square is completely enclosed. It dates back to those kind of palazzos of Rome. and of other famous Italian cities. Naples. Oh, Pericles chasing the ladies again. Pericles does not stop. All day, every day, Pericles. Pericles. Calm down, Pericles. So, most of those palazzos, are completely enclosed, but this one has the uniqueness of looking out to the sea. It's so interesting. So interesting. Matt says, due to its location, the square is used for almost all major celebrations, including the official lighting of the Christmas tree. Oh, very cool. I would not want to be in the middle of this during the thunderstorm. There's porticos. Here, there's porticos. Oh, I don't know. That's so cool. Really cool design. Really cool design for Ernst Hebrad. Did an amazing job. Blown away. Let me know what you think of the city design. Ernest, sorry, I said Ernst. Ernst is the architect. And Ernest Hebrad is his name. I love how the boat is perfectly centered here. Let me zoom in. Look at this ship, perfectly framed in the center. A good photo opportunity. Right here, great photo opportunity. The architecture is superb, yeah. And I love how they pay tribute to the Byzantine cultural history, which is key to the city. It's such a important city when it came to Byzantine culture and the religion of Christianity that later became Greek Orthodoxy. Does anyone have any advice for Pericles the pigeon? He seems to be struggling. None of the pigeons seem to really care for his charm. Unlike Bob. So let me know. Let Pericles know if there's any pro tips for him that he can use to woo the Let's walk this way. Michelle, I can skip the pigeons. There were basically none in Santorini. Yeah, there were none in Santorini. That was interesting. Oh, there was a few. Michelle says maybe Pericles will follow me back to New York. I don't know. He'll cramp my style. Sarah says I'll tell Pericles just to be himself. The right one is out there waiting for him. Never changed, Pericles. This reminds me a whole lot of Italy, right over here. We even have gelatos. Freggio. And I love look how the city, the upper city is framed by this boulevard. Wow. Remember, city planners really go the extra mile in planning every single detail of this. Does Earl have family here? No. Earl does not have Greek family. No. has had issues with the Ottomans and never came back. Ronald is referring to Earl the Squirrel from New York. No scaffolding in Greece, says Mars. There's no scaffolding in Greece except for my apartment. My Airbnb, literally the only place I've seen scaffolding, and it is the worst luck ever. Out of all the places, there's an entire city that puts scaffolding. It is only a beautiful balcony that I rented for the reason to have a beautiful balcony. There was a dude, I was taking a nap and I woke up to a dude painting on the scaffolding, just there, standing just a few meters away from my bedroom window. It wasn't comfortable by no means, but I just found it very amusingly annoying. Look at this guy. He's really chilling. And the song is right, just let it be. Yeah, everyone, this is Gregoris, the dog. We got Gregoris. Looks like a lively place. It really is a lively place. I'm loving the vibes of here. Look at these porticos. So if you're unfamiliar with the term portico, I think it's Italian. Should be. Those are areas of the streets that are covered. So porticos are built, especially in hot places, in order to protect people from the hot sun. So during the day, you might not see the middle of the plaza being so heavily trafficked. More people probably walking on the porticos. George says, I dare you to pet him. He does not seem very clean, Gregoris. And I do not want to catch fleas. The city will become more alive after the sun sets. Yeah, that's why I'm taking my sweet time. Siga, as the Greeks like to say. Siga. Take it easy. Let me know if you're in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, you got an appointment to go to. You got things to do. Let me know. I'll rush the video. I'll finish. I'll wrap it up soon. If you really have to somewhere to go. Oh, cool photo opportunity. Oh my God, he's playing the Godfather theme. VZ says, my man, you're best place in the world. Thank you so much, VZ. Let's not use caps, but thank you. I appreciate you. He looks like Santa. A lot of people are saying that these Orthodox priests look like Santa. Yes, the Orthodox priests are all very bearded. Very bearded. It's part of their tradition to keep the beards. Unlike the Catholic priests and basically every other Protestant priest, they're all clean shaven. Paul says I have to be somewhere at 11 at your time. Ludo says, "Oh, I have to go pedicure." Okay, Ludo. I'll wrap it up soon, so you can make it to your pedicure on time. Oh my god, that's so cool. I know we're in Greece. Should be playing Zobra the Greek, but it's so cool that he's playing the Godfather theme song in this kind of Italian kind of looking place. A lot of people giving me a thumbs up. George says, Ariel, make him an offer he can't refuse. Indeed. What's the population of this area? Joe, the metropolitan area of Thessaloniki, which means Thessaloniki, the city, plus the surrounding main roads or by buses and soon trains. 1 million people. 21, 22 million. Mexico has about 23 million or more. There's 1 million people. The reason I say metropolitan area is because sometimes I think it's important to say metropolitan area population. You know why? Because it could be deceiving to just say the population of the city. Why? City of Paris, it's tiny. It's like 1 million people, and for a city, it's the same size as Thessaloniki. But that's just the city proper, which is a very small area. City of Paris has way more than, I think it's like 8-10 million, something like that. So don't just, I would say population is more important to look at the metropolitan area, because the thing is, the city life is not just relegated to people who live within the city limits. Sometimes these clubs, these are all trafficked by people living just outside the city borders in a nearby town or a nearby suburb. Similar to like LA, for example, you have Santa Monica right next door. New York, you have Hoboken and you have Nassau County. Do they have indoor entertainment? Veronica, you know, that's a good question. There are movie theaters. There are indoor movie theaters. Oh, this place is a little bit more run down. Here. So it's beautiful. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Hey, Susan said 200 stars. Thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate you. You're so kind. Thank you. Wow, this square, this plaza is long. So Veronica has a great question. Indoor entertainment. Yeah, I don't know. There's indoor cinemas, but I think it's a little bit more popular to have an outdoor cinema. Though I'm not sure about bowling and other things like that. If any of the viewers know, do let us know. I should head left to Ladadika. This place has an Argentinian vibe, says George. Ooh, interesting. Can't wait to check out Argentina one day. Benedjota says indoor dining will open soon, but mostly those are vaccinated. Cool, thank you. There is this Eleftherios Venizelos. Eleftherios Venizelos. Who's Eleftherios Venizelos? Panagiotis says Ladadika is a great area for food and drink. Should we go to Ladadika? Let us know. A few Greeks on the comments have recommended Ladadika. Should we go to Ladadika? And is it close? I hope it's not too much of a walk. Let me know how long of a walk it is. That's the place I think we're going to find very authentic Greek food. Let's see what's over here as well. Wendy says, yes, please go. Anyway, let's go Ladadika. Nearby? Cool. George says, time to eat and drink. Oh, yes. I'm feeling the need. The desire to eat and drink. Something very, very good. Here's like the market area, but I don't see too many people using it. It seems pretty abandoned this time. People waiting for the bus right over here. So lots of buses used here. As I mentioned, metro still being constructed. They're struggling. I think this is one of the main streets. There's more businesses owned by what appears to be Pakistanis or Syrians. Not octopus again, says Wendy. No, so here in Thessaloniki, it's more concentrated around meat. So no, we're not. There's a lot of nuts here. There is. Wow. Prunes. Prunes. Don't know how to say it in Greek. What are these? You know the name? Yeah. Oh, the one's right next to me. Yeah. I'll have a small bag. Yeah, that bag. Stop. All right, so that place was nuts. It's called the Nut Factory. And I decided to be a little bit of a nut job and not get a nut. Decided to go for a dried fruit, which I think fruits. So let's do a taste test of the prunes. Mass. God damn. That's nuts that we can find a prune in the middle of the street. service here is because of the subway. Okay, so bad service right down there for one important reason. That's where they're building the metro. So the metro is being built here. Oh, still bad service. Okay, still bad service. So yeah, that's where the metro is being built. It's costing more than $1.7 billion. First plans were made in 1918. Very bad service here. Not sure why. All right, everyone. Where's Ladadika? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Emil or Panayotis or George. The Greek George that's in the end. Am I walking in the right direction? Can someone give me a hand here? Continue straight ahead, then a bit left. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Email, thank you. Maureen says, keep walking. Maureen. Oh, Maureen, you also know your way around. Wow, look at the sunset. Milan, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. Code came from Paris Lopez video. Oi, tudo bien, tudo bem. Thank you so much for tuning in, Code. Petro Lopez, did he give me a shout out? So kind of him. Sometimes when I get recommendations from locals, they tell me, hey, walk this area, it's very nice. And then I go and it's like very empty. Are you sure you're leading me to the right place? This does not seem like a very lively area of town. It's a bit quiet and looking abandoned. VC says Ladadika is going to be packed. Beautiful architecture though. Look at this building. Wow. So Ladadika, it appears to be right by the waterfront. So let's continue walking straight. Roy is giving me a hand. Hey Roy, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Yay! Roy is sponsoring part of the meal that we're encountering. Not sure what the meal is going to be, but you know what I'm going to eat after the meal at home? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get nuts. Nuts today. I'm gonna prune my appetite at night with these prunes. I'm gonna get very plumb after I eat all these prunes. You know, because the weather's a little bit dried. Oh, here we have another Mikel. Hello, Mikel's out here. A local dessert. Trigono, says Vizi. Okay, will do. Will do. Wow. Sunset alert. Don't eat too many prunes unless you get the runs. Oh, I know all about the prunes. I'm a regular, you could call me a regular user of prunes. You can say that I'm rather. Okay, easy, thank you. Fred says, just eat already. Fred said, just eat already. Well, Fred, we're going on an adventure, Fred. So, like the Greeks say, siga, siga, take it easy. Take it easy. There's no hurry. Well, there's a hurry for some people, but this is a live video. This is what you get. This is what you get. It's a very, very long live video. If you want short content, you gotta go to a vlog, which I don't usually provide. Right, Ladadika. Left, Coffee Island. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Ladadika is this way. Ladadika. Okay. Let's go Ladadika. If I can cross. Hey Veronica, do I know if there's any amusement parks? Another great question. I don't know for sure. For any of the Greek viewers, can you let Veronica know? Is there a amusement park similar to Six Flags or Disneyland here in Greece? Wow, beautiful bank buildings here. And this is Beaux-Arts. Just like New York. Interesting. So the hotel I was trying to find earlier, which I didn't see it yet. There's a hotel called the Hotel Astoria. Which is very funny because Astoria is the area with the most amount of Greeks in New York City. So this is Liberty Square. Following the Young Turks movement in 1908, Liberty Square was the place of the old Olympus Square, a wide coastal opening created in 1870 after the demolition of the sea wall and the widening of Sampri Street. Olympus Square hold the main gatherings during the revolution of the Young Turks. Young Turks basically revolted against the Ottoman Empire, and their base was here. During the First World War, the area became famous thanks to luxury hotels and crowded pastries, reflecting a shift into a social and cosmopolitan spot of the bourgeoisie and the Entente French and British soldiers. The only building of the old square spared in the 1917 fire is the Stein Mansion Trading House, built in 1905. So cool. Emil says it's behind the bank. What's behind the bank, Emil? It smells funky. Ooh, we got a pastry shop. Looks nice. Alright, so food has arrived. They also have a monument of the Jewish being murdered in Thessaloniki, says VZ. Oh, where is that? It's on the other corner of the square, but now it's under construction. Oh, so we couldn't see it. I love here in Thessaloniki, there's so many birds that come out and do these noises. If anyone knows what birds these are, they're very loud. Okay, so, wow, this is full. Lots of people at this place. Oh my God, this place is packed to the brim. Wow. Oh, they got moussaka. This was good. Hey, how's it going? Yes, okay, wonderful. I'll have a table for one, please. That's the other matter. Yeah, very full today.
A few minutes, the little one group, yeah.
Okay, I'll hang around for a bit.
22 persons.
Okay, wonderful. I'll come back in a little bit. Alright. Okay, so the guy was kind enough to say in just in the 2 or 3 minutes. This place looks really good. It seems packed to the brim. VZ says, I know a place where you can try real Greek food. Fred says, I buy stars. Fred, you have to buy stars and then send them. So thank you so much for wanting to contribute to the show. Buy stars and then send them. It's a 2-step process. Buy stars and then send them. So VZ says, go to Glupia restaurant. Okay, Glupia restaurant. The rest are touristy. Okay, that place, I did see there was a few tourists. So Glupia restaurant. Can you write that in Greek, VZ? Because they have Greek lettering in these places. And I don't know how to read the Greek lettering. Maybe they'll have it written in English. VZ, thank you so much, VZ. Where's Klupia? Am I going the right way, VZ? Wow! Look at that street art. Kiopia. Okay, thank you so much. Should I search for this place? Okay. It's pronounced Kiopia. Kiopia. Thank you so much. No, wrong way. Please walk back, says VZ. Okay, cool. We'll do, just in a bit. Beautiful. This is an awesome city. Everyone give a round of hearts right now to all the Greek urbanists out there. We got VZ, we got Emil. Emil is a expat based here. We have Panagiotis, Vasilios, the other Panagiotis. We have Greg, the Greek George, because we have a few Georges. So give amazing pro tips. So thank you so much for giving those pro tips. The area behind the street art is where all the bars are. Emil, thank you so much. But right now, we're gonna go for some food. I'm gonna try the place that VZ is recommending. And then some of these Greek urbanists have also been very kind in giving tips. Also, Action Show is another one. There's a few others. Okay, I'm gonna try to avoid the gaze of this other guy. Because I told him I'll be back. Well, I don't want him to see me. So I'm gonna be invisible. I'll be like a ghost. A ghost that no one can see. So let's continue walking through and show you more of these areas. Great, I didn't alert the host. Wendy says they can have stars too. Thank you so much, Wendy. Please turn right. Okay. Right. Okay, turn right. Okay, cool. We'll do. Matt, thank you so much. Matt is adding a lot of extra info on Facebook, so Matt's providing an awesome extra commentary. So if you want to check it out, go to Facebook. This area is packed at night, Emil. So Emil, are we a bit early? Emily, sorry, I keep calling you Emil. Sorry about that. Emily. Joe says sharing is caring. Oh, here we're in the back streets. Okay, VZ. Fun fact, Thessaloniki is the only known co-capital of the country. Oh yeah. Am I at the right way? I'm loving this area too. It's really cool. I do see more tourists here though, yeah. More tourists I see here than the place I was earlier. Now left immediately. Okay. We are in VZ's hands. He's been watching for a while, so thank you so much for a pro tip. Nope, left. Huh? Left? Okay, cool. Backtracking, it's okay to get lost. Work up an appetite getting lost. Back. Thank you so much, Panagiotis and VZ. Go to the metro, says Ofofutos. I think is there any part of the metro open? I don't think so. Thanks for the patience. No problem, Easy. We will find this place. We will find it. Beautiful place. So this seems to be also a combination of bars as well. I skipped it. VZ, I skipped it. I did. Okay. All right, VZ. I skipped it. All right. Where is it? Where you at? Skip the. Why you skip twice, VZ? This is a small alley. VZ, you remember, never been to the city. Roda says, who needs Waze when you got 415 people? Wow, that like button has worked, everyone, so keep on slamming it. All right, now we're going to a creepy alleyway with a huge club. This is a very fancy club. Veronica says these eateries have so much outdoor dining. Veronica, it's normal. Here, outdoor culture is normal. Outdoor movie theaters have existed since the 1930s. Ah, here it is. We found it. Okay. Well, there's even music. All right, legit. Cool. All right, let's go. Be careful. This is how hostel started. Indeed. Indeed. One. Oh, wonderful. What about over here? And there's even live music down there with the guy playing. You have arrived. I did indeed arrive. Oh, there's even music behind me. That's really awesome. Aristo? Don't forget to earn your breakfast. Here's the menu. Let me show it to you. Panayotis, okay, cool. Thank you so much for a Trigono recommendation, €5. I appreciate that. That's amazing. Bijordi. What is that, VZ? What's the bijordi? Oh my god, pork with honey sauce. So what does everyone recommend? Let me know. VZ says melted cheese with peppers, quite unique though. Oh, I see, the feta cheese with tomato, hot pepper, and olive oil. Ariel, this you have outdone yourself. Wendy says the chicken with lamb. Can't read the menu from a distance. Start with a cocktail, says Kay. They don't have cocktails here, usually.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Fine. How about you?
I'll have a Alpha beer, please.
I have only Mythos, Fix, Kaiser, and Vergina.
Ooh, which one's Greek aside from Mythos?
The Vergina.
I'll have that one.
One Vergina?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what do you recommend for appetizer? Hot appetizer?
Hot appetizer?
Yeah.
We have aubergine, we have a zucchini bowl, we have cheese balls.
Do you have any melted cheeses?
Melted cheese.
Yeah.
It's cheese with tomato and olive oil and hot pepper.
I'll have one of those.
Okay.
And I'm still deciding on the rest.
You want bread, right?
Bread, yes, please. Yeah. Lindsay says you gotta try the moussaka, and Oicha says the pastito, and VZ says I ordered the right thing. Okay, cool. I'm going to have a beer now, says Wendy. I'm so glad you're gonna have a beer now, Wendy. That's awesome. And you have to eat moussaka. Okay, everyone, I can have moussaka. Joe says, Ariel, this trip you have outdone yourself. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate you tuning in. And after so many days in Hellas, you know all the good things, says George. I do my best, George. I do my best. I do my best. But now I gotta decide for the platter. And let me know, is the Paleolitico authentic? Congrats on the 1 million+ views for the video about the 300. Yes, on TikTok, I hit my first 1 million views for a Greek video. I have other videos that have reached more than 1 million, but I got the first 1 million. Aristotle. Let's try this. This is a gigantic beer. It's a lager. Wow. Ooh, it's good. Very refreshing. Super refreshing. Veronica says try a lamb dish. I am very tempted to go for the lamb. Very tempted. He's opening his shirt down, says Babu. Babu, I always had my shirt down. It's very hot. Unlike in New York, where I sometimes wear my shirt with a little bit more buttons. And yamas, yes. So in Greece you say yamas. Lamb shanks, a Greek specialty. Try the Whoa, what is that orthophotos? How do I pronounce that? Wow. Try the ampukitiri. Ooh, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I usually eat fish. So here is in Thessaloniki, it is a bit more specialized in meat. So I'll show you a gyros, or not gyros, I'll show you a Slovaki on the pita and tomorrow's live stream. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, or maybe in a separate live stream. Stay tuned for some Slovaki. But lamb sounds amazing. Pastito is a type of Greek lasagna. Pastito. You don't have pastito here. No pastito. They do not only specialize in meat. The best food, they have the best food in Greece. They have amazing fish too. Okay. I appreciate that, VZ. Appreciate the recommendation. De pastito. They don't have de pastito. And okay, everyone, welcome. A lot of people are mentioning my chest. Isn't it very appropriately Greek to reveal all the chest here? And I'm gonna try the piloritico. It sounds so interesting. I'm so fascinated by piloritico. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but a waitress says, point your eyes and surprise us. I will do. We'll do. And I think we ordered that. Ofofusto says try the buyordi. I think I ordered that for appetizer. Anyone knows if I have to have 1K subs to be able to live stream? What great walk! This is not the show to ask about YouTube stuff. Yes, you could go somewhere else. Ask me anything about Greece or about travel. Hey, Forfuto says it's normal to show your chest area. I noticed, yeah. Greek men tend to wear less buttons than American men. Lorraine says looking good. Wendy says swoon on your chest. George says mincemeat. Yeah, dude. I love the competing bands. So I have one band. All you need now is a medallion. Yeah. No, I need a medallion. I need one of those like Greek necklaces. Hey Lorraine, nice to see you here. Aloha, welcome. Do you feel that does it feel non-COVID times? Yeah, it feels normal. It doesn't feel too out of the ordinary here. Right. I'm so excited for this. Hello, Susan. I loved your walk in Thesio, Plaka, and now I'm happy to give you more tips in Thessaloniki. You're a legend, says VZ. Thank you so much, VZ. Little girl full of love, yeah. A lot of little kids seems to be a group of tourists. I can't get that song on my head, says Kathy. I'm too sexy for this shirt. Kathy is referring to an old 80s song. Or 90s, like mid-90s song. A wooden bead necklace would be very sexy. Thank you so much, waitress, for the recommendation. Labrina says, Ariel, I just saw my husband with another woman in your video. Sorry to laugh. Labrina, are you being serious? It's just a friend, I hope. Labrina, that would be a very small world if that is the case. Nice area, nice summer vibes. Yeah, nice summer vibes. Do they have a dessert menu? They do, Joe. Great haircut. How much did they charge you? It was 15 euro for a haircut and a shave. 15 euro. And I gave a 5 euro tip, which is very generous for Greek standards. Greek is a 2 euro tip. Or a 1 euro tip for a haircut. I gave 5 euro. So I gave it like a very American tip. Obsidian necklace. The obsidian necklace would be badass. Ariel's having a wardrobe malfunction. I'm not. This is the natural state of this shirt. Alright, let me show you around. And then I'm going to order the amazing meal. I'm so excited for this. The sky's so beautiful it is. Let me show you more of the sky. It is a beautiful area. Absolutely blown away. A golden cross. I was tempted to get a golden cross. I went to the... Yes, I'll have the... Let me point it out because I can't pronounce it. This one.
Culinary.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this beer, delicioso, or that's Spanish, telia. This beer is telia. It's nice and refreshing. It's very light, very light, very light. Good taste. Espera. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Evaristo. Look at this. All right, let me show you around and eat. Look at this setting. Look at this. How beautiful this is. Tommy, did I move from New York City? I'm never coming back. Moving to Europe. More music here in this other restaurant. This restaurant is lively. It appears to be a lot of locals. I can't really tell for sure. Here, I can't really tell. Greeks here are a lot more diverse in look than more in the south. So beautiful. And there's like a rooftop bar right here called Margarita. Elvis says, how long are you in Greece? Well, Greece is going to end on July 19th. But I don't know. I don't want to go back to New York, so I'm going to see my options. So here it is. Ooh, look at this. So bread. Bread here is really good in Greece. Very soft. And look at this. Has a lot of semolina powder. But look at this. This is a fried cheese with hot peppers, recommended by the Greeks. The Greek urbanists. Wow. That looks very good. Very good. Look at that. Is buyurdi. Buyurdi. Thank you so much. No, for furtus. No, that's coming soon. That's the main dish. Who knows? If I'm hungry, I'll show maybe another dish. Dessert probably is a must. And it's a great seat because I'm surrounded by people coming in. All right, let's try this out. Look at that. Buen provecho. Gracias, nomades. Let me know how to say good, bon appetit or good meal in Greek. But I'm gonna say yamas to this. Oh my. Oh my. It's feta cheese with some other cheese on top. Look at that cheese pool. I just saw you in the Patrick Lopez video. Ooh, Patrick Lopez uploaded my the video I was in. Caliorexi. Caliorexi. Thank you so much. Caliorexi. Wow. It has feta cheese. The feta cheese is very strong. Very strong. It's melted. It's nice, not crumbly, so you have that nice kind of creaminess. On top of it, you have this other cheese that is nicely crispy on the top. But you have a little bit of that pepper cutting through. So it doesn't taste like pure melted cheese. You have a little bit of that kind of extra flavor to it. Very good. Almost tastes like a vegetarian lasagna in the best way possible. Wow. Telia. Which means perfect. So much so, I got a cheese goatee. That is absolutely amazing. Very, very, very good. Susan, thank you so much for watching on Twitch. Looks so good, can never go wrong with cheese surrounded by beauty in paradise. Right, right, beauty in paradise, and hundreds of people passing through me. I chose the perfect table to be utterly consumed by hordes of people walking through. Fibo says, I actually saw one of my best friends who lives in New York City in your video back in the day. I was in Hudson Yards, says Fibo. Fivos, who's a Athenian urbanist, thank you so much for tuning in, Fivos. That's so awesome that you, by pure coincidence, you saw a Facebook friend of yours. I mean. Tommy says, my food is better than yours. Okay, Tommy. That's cool. Well, I'm having a hamburger. Don't be jealous, George. I'll do my best. There's a few hamburger places here in Thessaloniki. First night I came here, I didn't know the city, so I was just like eager to try something I knew. So I tried one of the best burger joints here. It was really good, really good. It was like a good Shake Shack. VZ, I'm an urbanist myself. I live in London. Are you visiting anytime soon? Yes, I hope to visit London maybe in August or September. Greece has the best burgers in the US. That's fofutos. Oh, fofutos, those are bold words. Very bold words. Anthony would be envious of your food reviews, says Joe. Joe, that is a very high compliment. I usually don't deny compliments. I've learned to accept compliments and take them because, you know, they're very kind gifts. But that is a hard compliment to accept. A very hard compliment to accept. Because Anthony Bourdain was quite a genius in describing food. I got my own skills, but he was quite a genius in describing food and writing about it. So I'm about to have another cheesy pasta. It's gonna be fun. Cheese on cheese on cheese. So I'm gonna use those prunes to prune myself at the end of the night. When the gods talked about rivers made out of milk and honey, and that it was heaven in their own realm. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the earthly version of that river of the gods. As I bite into this, I feel like I am one with Aphrodite. I am in love. This is almost as beautiful as Apollo shooting an arrow and making me fall deeply in love. I'm gonna try it with some bread, balance it out. Oh, whole wheat bread. Ah. George says, Ariel's now fully intoxicated with cheese. Indeed I am, George. You put poetry into your food review. Wrong. Indeed I do, Ronald. Poetry and puns. Anthony Bourdain didn't do that. He didn't do puns. He wasn't quite a punny guy. But I don't mind getting cheesy. You know, to be honest, I don't give a feta. I think I had vegetable stew at Minetta Tavern, says Babu. Oh, cool, Babu. The bread looks amazing. Very good bread. Very good bread. It's a nice accompaniment. Nice accompaniment. Matt says, you always have beautiful views where indeed I do. Indeed I do. I'm very lucky, I'm very blessed that I made that huge sacrifice from the splitting of the world between live streamers, and that I made the sacrifice to do Europe when I could have had the middle of America, but I'm glad I made this decision. It wasn't too hard to find things in Europe after all. I thought it was going to be very difficult. I thought I was going to struggle to walk anywhere. I thought I was going to have a tough time, finding local mom and pop shops. Good hospitality. I thought I was going to be spending lavish amounts of money. I thought there was going to be no history, Maybe I was going to find something from like the 1940s, 1950s. But no. Oh no, I was wrong. Follow the trail of cheese and you will find them, says George. Rent a car and go to Hadiki. I don't like beaches. It's not my favorite thing. BZ, I appreciate that recommendation. It's just I don't like beaches. I don't care for beaches. I would go, if a very good friend of mine or family member wanted some company, then yeah, I would go with them. But as videos, make content, or for myself, I don't like it. Admit it, you miss the monks of Times Square. I'd rather hang out with the Greek Orthodox monks than the fake monks of Times Square. BZ says in Greece you have to try the beaches. I've heard that a lot from Greeks, but remember everyone, I'm from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has some of the best beaches in the entire world. I've been literally to the #1 beach in the entire world, which is Flamingo Beach in the island called Culebra off the coast of Puerto Rico. Literally known as one of the best beaches in the entire world. Okay, I'm running out of battery again. It's because I was walking for a while without... Oh, we have a fight. A Greek fight, everyone. An authentic Greek fight. Authentic Greek fight. So we have an authentic Greek fight happening. They've just subdued a man. Well, it's not a fight. No, he got too drunk. He got too drunk. He got too drunk or too intoxicated. I thought it was a fight because they were all on each other. Yeah, one I think drank a little bit too much and is fainting. George says, "Come on, now I'm in a restaurant at 30. At what time is this? Not even that late. Yeah, it's not that late. Yeah, got drunk very early. Having too much fun. Yeah. Did he fall out of the chair? I think he did. I don't want to point the camera because, protect their privacy, but it seems like they're really struggling. Drunk on cheese, yeah, maybe. 9:30 p.m., yes, it's 9:30 p.m. Nice music I hear. Oh yeah. The other band stopped playing. The one of this restaurant stopped playing, and it's because of the incident that just happened. But at least this music is playing right here. Beautiful restaurant. What time is it here? 9:30 p.m. Around there? 9:30? 9:30. I'll show you more around. Chris says I got a haircut. Indeed I did, Chris. Indeed I did. A haircut from the gods themselves. I went to Mount Olympus and got a haircut from Zeus himself. Is there a god of haircuts? Or a god of grooming? Let me know. Oh, 10-hour difference, says Sally. Oh yeah, Sally. 10-hour difference. Ariel, what are you eating? Says Girl in the Curl. Cheese. Straight. I'm eating melted feta cheese with hot peppers and some other type of cheese that was on top of it. And I think that was it. Hot peppers and cheese. The guy's recovering. He's doing better. So cheese and more cheese. I ordered a cheesy dish. A main dish. And then order some more cheese for dessert. Are you going for drinks afterwards, says VZ. Should I, VZ? Is there a good place for... What would be an interesting Greek drink to have, and is there anywhere nearby to have it? If there is, I might consider it. So if everyone wants to see more walking, most likely the walking portion of this video is done. So I hope you enjoyed it. Should have said that like 30 minutes ago, but I hope you enjoyed it. George says Ariel's going to test positive for cheese. I am indeed. I am indeed. Yeah, I've been looking sharp, Ariel. Yes, thank you so much. Can you take the fork and the knife? Thank you. And you can also take that. Thank you. Enjoy. Alright. So excited for this. Also, I don't think Greeks understand the concept of live video. Well, not all of them, but some of them. So they find it rather strange that I'm talking to the camera. All right, we got more cheese. Hopefully this cheese won't make me cut the cheese. I get bitten by mosquitoes. That's annoying. Too close to the water. Oh my god, this is a Greek lasagna, everyone. Not moussaka, a different Greek lasagna. Oh, this is like very similar to lasagna, actually. Minced meat, some tomatoes, and some Greek cheese. Cool thing, as opposed to a Italian lasagna, this is made with sheep cheese. Not cheap cheese, but sheep cheese. Cheap cheese ain't cheap. Shelly says they probably think you're nuts. Yes. Well, I was nuts for nuts earlier, so yes, they probably think I'm nuts. Joe says Ariel's really cutting the cheese. Yes, really cutting the cheese. Those prunes are gonna help me with cut the cheese later tonight. If you're not American and don't know what cut the cheese means, give it a search afterwards. Cut the cheese. Let's try this out. Specialty here in Greece, as I get bitten by all the mosquitoes, because the moment you start eating some dairy, they're gonna come hunting you. But it's worth the mosquito bites. Everyone, this is a sacrifice. Sacrificing for you, like St. Paul sacrificed himself, trying to spread the word of Jesus all around this great country. I'm sacrificing myself by going all around this country But instead of spreading the word of Jesus, I'm spreading the word of cheese. Very hot. Too big of a bite for the heat. Whoa. Jesus, that was hot. Hey, Zeus did a good job on your hair, says Lisa. Oh, indeed he did. He did a very good job with my hair. Great Zeus. It's a good barber. Look at this meat. This is interesting meat. What type of meat is this? Huh. Can you taste the nutmeg, says the waitress. I don't think this has nutmeg. Maria Fasula. We have a few Marias tuning in because we're getting a lot of Greek viewers nowadays. Maria is so generous, leaving a 20 euro super chat. Oh my God, Maria. Maria. That is an amazing super chat. Thank you so much. Maria. Maria is from nearby. Chalada. Chalada, Maria. Chalada. So glad you're in Thessaloniki, and don't forget, Chalada. Yes. Thank you so much. Everyone give a round of hearts. That's Maria is sponsoring part of this meal along with the other people. Halada, says BZ. Halada. Halada. Maria, along with a few other people, are contributing to this meal. Zeus conditioned your hair with special Greek pita too. Yes, yes, he had some tzatziki sauce. Greek tzatziki sauce. Zeus tzatziki sauce. Is that lamb? I love lamb. Wow. I think this might be lamb, or it might be like a short rib. I can't quite tell. But the meat either tastes like a short rib or it tastes like lamb. Oh, waitress says yes, it's minced lamb? Really? Any verification before I get too excited? I don't want to get too excited and get tzatziki sauce all around. It's minced lamb? Wow. I've been waiting for lamb all this time in Greece. Time after time I've gone to restaurants and asked, I would love the lamb, please. And they would be like, no, sorry, we're out of it. No lamb for you. And now finally, after an arduous 2+ weeks, or a week more, here in the great country of Greece, I have found the lamb. And it's not silenced anymore. This lamb is quite loud. The lamb is being sacrificed in the honor of the stream. So everyone praise the lamb for sacrificing itself in the name of the stream. Thank you. The lamb is so tender. It's just perfectly, it just swims in your mouth. You ever want to see a lamb swim? Just bite into this beautiful dish. It's so tender, so soft. It's cooked perfectly. It's a little bit pink. The cheese itself, it's very good. Very good combination. The cheese is not as kind of heavy as a mozzarella or any type of American cheese, which would not be good for lasagna. So it's very good cheese, combines well. And then the pasta's light. It's like a very thin pasta. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wow. Great lamb fruit, give us. You are funny, love your humor, says Kathy. Kathy. This is a serious show. I don't know what's funny here, Kathy. I truly don't know what's funny. Do I look like a funny guy? I'm eating lamb. Lamb ain't no nothing matter. When you eat lamb, it's a serious thing. This is pivotal to the great Christian tradition. And Mary had a little one of these. So this is a serious show. I don't know what's funny. I don't give a feta because this is serious. Goodfellas meal going on here, so shit. Indeed, Joe. I'm glad you're doing this late. I can make it at 11 a.m., says Dina. Yes, indeed. Mary might be watching. Y'all watch out, says. I'm being bitten by all the mosquitoes right now. They really love cheese. They really love guys who consume cheese. Like, they're all around my meal right now. So press that like button right now. Press it right now because I'm suffering the wrath of Thessalonican mosquitoes, who are descendants from the great mosquitoes that also bit Alexander the Great and inadvertently killed him due to disease, which hopefully won't happen to me. So press that like button and make sure that you're providing some emotional support. One of the best lasagnas I've ever tried. I'm not exaggerating with you. Just the fact that it has this beautiful lamb in it. Delicious. Delicious. Ariel is a natural. He doesn't need strong beer to have a sense of humor. No, I'm too sober. This is what happens to me when I'm very sober. I'm too serious when I'm sober. Way too serious. Yeah. That's what happens. Rosalind says, I will get bit to death here. Yeah, pro tip, wear long pants. Wear long pants. And if you don't want to get bitten, don't eat a lot of cheese. Sanitizer helps itch too, says Nina. Renee says, looks very good. Renee left an amazing pun as a super chat, which is about $6.50. Thank you so much for the Chilean pesos. Thank you, Renee. Appreciate you. Lisa says, why so serious? Yes. So everyone, I might be staying in Europe. I'm gonna find a nice European woman to marry, get that visa, and just never leave. So wish me luck on this endeavor. Wish me luck. So feel free to ask me anything. Put on anti-mosquito stuff. Yeah, I gotta find some too. I'm gonna probably buy some too. A guy behind you waved at the camera. Yes, a lot of guys waved behind me at the camera. BZ says, go to Valituro area afterwards and go to Ypsilon Bar. Thank you so much for the pro tip. Nina says, have you met a woman here in Greece? Yeah. Not Thessaloniki. Renee, indeed. Renee says there's a lot of beautiful people here. Indeed, there is. There's a lot of beautiful people. A lot of beautiful people. So feel free to ask me any questions. I don't have more to chat about the food. This is really mind-blowing. I'm loving the restaurant culture here. Thessaloniki is known as the foodie capital of Greece. It's a co-capital of Greece, technically, but it's definitely the capital of food. And now I can see why. The food is absolutely wonderful. And, you know, I thought in Athens I was having some good food. Part of me knew that there was something better. Deep down inside of me, I knew that something better was on the horizon. And there was. It was always here in Thessaloniki. The place where I would fall in love. The place where I would have a long affair with. I'm talking about food. With the cheese. We mock Thessalonians about the co-capitals as Ophotos. A triangle trigono is the best ending if they have it. Okay, we're gonna see if they have it. We're gonna see if they have it. We'll see. I'm so happy I got the lamb I needed. Renee says then goat cheese. Yes, it's awesome. If you get lamb sizzlers, you will enjoy it. I'm gonna see it later in a different place. You were told after you drank that cherry liquor that you'll marry soon, says Lisa. Yes, Lisa, you do remember. So Lisa is referring to, I was on the food tour my second day in Athens in order to learn about the food. I'm most likely gonna make a TikTok video of it once I get back to the US. And we were at a stop for liquor, where this liquor business has been in business for 100 years. And I asked for the sour cherry liquor, and she starts serving to me this wonderful kind of very boisterous owner is serving me the last cherry liquor, and the bottle is finished. And suddenly the tour guide just points at me and says, "Oh, you're gonna get married soon." She said very loud, and the tour group all just looked at me. And I found it weird. And the reason for that was because in Greece there is a good omen, that if you drink the very last part of the liquor bottle, or if you're served the very last part of the liquor bottle, if you're single, you will get married soon. And that is the good omen that Greeks say. So I said to her immediately, well, I'm already heading to Santorini, so I already got the honeymoon. And she found that humorous. So what's the story in Thessaloniki? Is it cosmopolitan? Yes, watch the video in the beginning. You'll see the cosmopolitan vibe. I'll point the camera one more time. We're now like in the public square area. Susan says she singled me out. Yes, she did indeed. Nina says that moment was scary. I believe it was genuinely prophetic. Beautiful. And I'm not sure if this is a movie theater or is it a nightclub. Casper. Oh, sorry. Put the camera too early. I have to clean my camera. Awesome ambiance, yeah. Awesome ambiance. Really enjoying it. Significantly. It's a very beautiful area. Renee says, well, we have the legend that if you drink the last part, it means you'll marry the widow. You'll marry a widow. Oh no. That would be very sad. Not that many widows at my age, or younger, so. Thank you so much for the super chat, appreciate it. Maybe the widow will be very bocong, as you like to say, as the Chileans like to say. Bocong. Bocong means very, likes to talk a lot. And it says nothing to do with Oedipus. I hope not. They could be a widow at your age. It's possible, yeah, Lisa. It is. It would be a very sad story if it is. Charlotte says, greetings. Thessaloniki see Athenians as snobs and cold. Thessalonican girls, though, hear Piraeus and lose their clothes. Interesting. Is there a Puerto Rican population in Greece? No, Nina. No. I see very few Latin Americans, period. I saw maybe a few Mexican tourists. I've seen Latin Hispanic Americans. So I've seen maybe Mexican Americans, maybe they're Puerto Rican Americans, maybe Dominican Americans. I've seen a few. But they're tourists. I have not seen anyone who lives here as expats. I get the vibe that there might be a few American expats. I met an American expat in one of my videos. You should check the one I see it went to the hill. She is a New Yorker based here, based in Athens. But no, I don't think there's any Puerto Ricans here. Guy Tweety, thank you so much. Guy Tweety says how to send a donation. I'm not the best in technology. If anyone could let me know, Guy Tweety, exactly what the process is, I'll be so grateful. I think there's a little $ image at the bottom of the chat. You press that, you put your credit card information, of course, and then you press the amount that you want to give and write a message that you want to write. Thank you, Babu. The biggest port of the Mediterranean, yeah. There are many American Greeks for vacation. Back home visiting family, right. George, thank you. There's a very small Brazilian community in Athens, really. Interesting, BZ, interesting. Is there an American area? Blifada, I heard that was American because of the base, but not anymore. All right, everyone, you excited for dessert? Let me know. As I bite into the rest of this food. George says with the Greek woman you'll have this meal cooked at home every day. Nina said 50 stars. Thank you so much, Nina. Philo says dessert. Yes. Excited for dessert. Okay, ask me anything about travel, about food, about my experiences here. Feel free to ask me anything. Anything you would like. Guy Tweety, thank you so much for a €5 super chat. Guy Tweety, everyone give hearts to Guy Tweety, sponsoring part of this meal. Guy Tweety was so kind enough to give £5 super chat. £5, that's quite a lot. Thank you so much. Guy Tweety, I know sometimes it's a bit tricky if you're not so well versed in YouTube or on Facebook to learn how to use it. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. Nia says you never showed a pic of Airbnb. I'll show it towards the end of my trip. I'm gonna show something on Instagram story. It's not really much to look at, the Airbnb, so I'm not really gonna do a video on it. But I'll show you towards the end of my Instagram. For some reason, DPay has blocked my account. Oh no, Lois, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know how I'll help with that, but do search online what happens. What to know, expect housing. Nina, great question. Thessaloniki is very good price when it comes to Airbnbs. I'm spending less for 5 days here in Thessaloniki than I am for 3 nights in Santorini. Less. So it's very inexpensive here for Airbnb. And I'm in the prime location. So I'll tell you what location I was staying at towards the end of my video. Towards the end of my trip. Thus, if you want to save money, Thessaloniki is going to be the cheapest place you can come, I think, so far from the 3 places I went to. Athens, Santorini, and Thessaloniki. Athens, medium prices. Santorini, expensive, of course. Food, someone asked me about Santorini food. The views are what make the food. The views. It was a good octopus I ate, very fresh and very good tomato balls. But it's the food. It's the view. It's the view that makes Santorini. I'm very impressed with the food here. Like, even without any of this atmosphere, the food I think would be amazing. Okay, I have 10% battery life left. Do you want me to hook up my battery to stay live until the dessert? Let me know. Irene says you have to take a photo of your private scaffolding. Maybe I do. Maybe I do have to take a photo of my private scaffolding. Nina says there's no such thing as good octopus. Indeed. Okay. Hook up battery. Alright, cool. This is an amazing people watching area. Just like stand here, just sit here, just see the world pass by. Do they have many same-sex couples? Asked Veronica. Great question, Veronica. Yes, I've seen a few same-sex couples. Mostly men. I have not seen too many women same-sex couples. Yeah, mostly. I've only seen really men. I haven't seen too many women. I think it's generally accepted here, but keep in mind that Greece overall is mostly very heavily Greek Orthodox. Younger people are not. Maybe their parents are not so much. They're kind of less. But I would say outside in the villages, older areas where all older people, much more Orthodox. Orthodox, unlike say the Episcopals in the US, are not so kind with LGBT plus. So keep that in mind when you're here in Greece. I mean, you do you, but that is a situation. BZ says being homosexual in Greece is fine. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I get the vibe that's mostly fine. I'm not sure about the small towns. BZ, let me know. In small towns, the city seems fine. clapping. Big crowd over here. Thank you, Vasilios. Vasilios says it's protected by law. Okay. Whew. That was filling. That was a lot of cheese. Oh my god. Quite a bit of cheese. And I ran out of beer. Alright, everyone. Now for dessert. I'm very full, but I'll eat dessert for all of you. Because we have 416 people. That's a very large audience for something new. For a city that not that people know of yet. For a country that people are not really searching live videos of so far, I think. It's not like London or New York or Paris that people are searching for live videos of those places, or Tokyo. So that is awesome. Everyone, thank you for tuning in to this very kind of new way of live streaming, and I appreciate everyone slamming that like button, because it's a great way to teach the YouTube algorithm how that people do like these live videos of exploring around the world. That is not just for Twitch. You don't only need to be a very good-looking woman with big assets on Twitch, which is totally fine, but it doesn't need to be the only way to provide good travel live streaming, or to be a guy who trolls people. It doesn't have to be the only way. And that vlogs are not the only format that is worth watching on YouTube. Facebook is a bit more tricky, of course. So thank you everyone for slamming that like button. I appreciate you. Have you seen many US sailors? No. Hey, do you have the trigone?
What?
Trigone or trig?
We don't.
We don't have that. What do you recommend for dessert?
Maybe a brownie or souffle of chocolate.
What's very Greek?
Souffle of chocolate.
Oh, souffle of chocolate. Do you have anything else? No. No? Yogurt? No.
Ah, yogurt with honey and ham, nuts. Just a minute to see if I have a yogurt.
Okay, thank you. They have trigono. Or for photos. He whispered it because he knows he's on video. They don't have trigono. Leave and eat elsewhere, so it's for photos. Maybe. Where will I get trigono? Get trigono on the go. Ariel, you got class. This is Lisa. Thank you. I think they have yogurt. Oh, get the ouzo. No, I can't. I can't do more alcohol. I already got bitten by too many mosquitoes. Listen to our fofutos. There's probably a dessert cafe. Okay, now I need a little bit of guidance from Greek urbanists. Is there cafes specific to dessert? Is there dessert cafes? Excuse me. Is there specific dessert cafes? Rene, sorry, Rene, I'm chatting. But thank you so much for the CLP 2500. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's okay, Ariel, if you want to kiss this cheese dish. Yeah, indeed. Excuse me. I ordered a yogurt dish. I want to cancel it. I don't want yogurt. Can I have the check?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. I just couldn't find the guy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Veronica says, do you notice Ariel never once belches? You haven't listened close enough. I'm a professional. Nina, I'm a professional. Oh, Veronica said that. Veronica, I'm a professional. Yes, there are some, says Vasilios. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. All right, awesome. Okay, let's see if we can find something. We'll try. Do our best. What's the name of the restaurant? Someone can write it down again. I'll point the camera when I can see the sign. Yeah, I'll point the camera when I can see the sign. Have you purchased any souvenirs? For my family, yes, I purchased for my family. I got a wonderful souvenir gift from Chris from Glifada. He gave me these very beautiful Cretan pots, clay pots. Very nice. Looks very similar to the Minoan pots. So thank you so much, Chris. And I did get 2 books for souvenirs. I got a book about Mount Athos, the holiest place in Greek Orthodoxy, which is nearby, but hard to visit. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to see it. And then I got a book about the monuments of Thessaloniki. 2 books I got. I usually have books and or tote bags for souvenirs. I got a tote bag that came included with my other souvenir, which are the sandals, the handmade leather sandals from that John Lennon bought, and Jackie Onassis, and many others. Did you buy souvenirs for your parents? I did indeed. Did you buy the shirt you wanted? No. I realize linen is very uncomfortable. I find it uncomfortable. It's scratchy. Linen is scratchy. I prefer cotton. So that's why I'm wearing cotton. Is it hot here? Yes, I'm feeling hot. I'm sweaty. I'm not sure why I feel so sweaty sitting down. Maybe it's the cheese. I feel sweaty just sitting down. Usually that doesn't happen to me. Unless if it's humid. Yeah, linen is soft and isn't soft enough in my opinion, says Lisa. Yeah. I never realized it and I was like, oh, maybe, especially for hot weather, maybe I'll just stick with cotton. Oh, you don't look sweaty. I'm going. Susan says you're a good son. Cheese sweats, I think it might be. Rene, have to try guayaberas. Yeah, I haven't bought authentic guayabera yet. I had one like when I was a baby, but I haven't had one ever since. I am very tempted to go back to Puerto Rico, show you more Puerto Rico, and buy guayabera. Maybe you're full of cheese. I think so. Is it humid? I don't think so. I don't think so. Usually it's dry here in Thessaloniki from what I read. Dimitrios Gurai 18 for Trigono. Panajotis is it nearby? How far away am I from Dimitrios? Shout out to all those watching. Lisa says, I think you should wear all monochrome outfit. Maybe one day. I'll wear all monochrome. Thessaloniki is very humid. Really, DZ? No, it was interesting because I was reading it and they said very dry. But yeah. You seem to pronounce Greek words so well, says Nina. I don't know. It depends on the word. Some people say I pronounce it very well, some others say I not at all. It's tricky because you can pronounce it phonetically from how you would spell it in the English language. Or the... What's our alphabet called? Latin alphabet, right? Latin alphabet. When you spell in the Latin alphabet... Oh no, I said cancel the yogurt. Oh, thank you. full of yogurt. Well, I'll try it anyway. I ain't gonna complain. It's only like €4. Expensive for yogurt. But let's try it out, the yogurt. So here it is, fresh yogurt with some nuts. Some walnuts? Good. Charlene says, I canceled the yogurt. The woman said yes. Spoke with the guy and they sent it anyway. They charged me anyway. Not cool. I like yogurt, so they're lucky. Let's try it out. Greek yogurt is really good. And the only Greek yogurt is really good. And they don't sell old yogurt, I noticed. So if they run out, they run out. That's why the guy said he was going to check if there was more yogurt. BA says Chobani is good. So I do like Chobani. But trust me, eating yogurt in Greece is very different. It is delicious. It has you can taste the freshness. It's hard to describe, but it's like trying a very good French cheese as opposed to, say, cheddar at your local deli. That's the difference. Or a good Wisconsin cheddar as opposed to a boar's head cheddar. That's the difference with the yogurt. Hard to describe what exactly makes it good, but it does have a very fresh taste to it. So if you have the chance, in America, we're also lucky to sometimes have good fresh yogurt. Depends if you're close to a city, especially in New York, maybe a few other cities. Probably have a place that you can find some fresh yogurt. So I highly recommend, or at least yogurt that is from a small farm at the farmer's market. So go to your local farmer's market if you're in the US, or if you are in the UK, and try a fresh yogurt or a local yogurt. You won't look back. I say fresh. Fresh is not the best word because the yogurt isn't really fresh, but it's local. Look at that. Cow milk or goat milk? Goat. If I eat dairy daily, there's no good news. Tomorrow I gotta go back to just meat and veggies. It's so creamy in Greece. The brand that I like, which is Greece, it's called Fage. Yes, Fage or Fage. Yes. Are most people around you with someone? I'll point the camera. Almost everyone. Don't see too many Greeks eating alone. A little bit more earlier in the day, but I don't think too many Greeks eat alone. Let me know. For the Greeks watching, I heard from a few other Greeks, especially younger ones, they say it's pretty weird if you eat alone. They're not going to look at you too weird if you do, but they're going to be a little bit concerned. In Spain, they do look at you weird, and they'll give you terrible service if you're alone. Are you surrounded by Greeks? I think I am. I hear mostly Greek, but truly I can't tell. No one looks like I don't see too many non-Europeans. Like, I don't see people from like Africa or Latin America or Chinese or Koreans or Japanese. There's like no one here who's of that area of the world. I don't see Pakistanis hanging out here either, or Bangladeshis. But I can't tell if this is a mishmash of Europeans or is everyone really Greek. Most people in Greek shape, yeah. BZ says, I think it's mostly Greek here. And some Eastern Europeans. Yeah, I get the feeling there's some Eastern Europeans because there's a few blonde people. Very blonde people. You should expect a lot of Balkan people here. Says Vasilios. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, this is striking me as kind of a mix between Balkans and Greeks. Yeah, you have that combination. So Syrians, I'm not sure about what's happening with the Syrians that are in Greece. I don't think they're too well off. Lou says a lot of Greeks are blonde. Are they, Lou? Yeah, I noticed here more in the north, there's a lot more blonde people than what I saw further south. Seems more cosmopolitan than Santorini. Santorini is purely touristy. There's the wine business and there's some tomato business, but it's touristy mostly. Like, Santorini's not producing wine, I think, on the scale of France or many regions of France, or Chile, or Portugal, or California. So I think Santorini is more purely touristy. I was expecting people to approach you and talk to you at the table instead of in there. That hasn't happened to me. No, not really. It hasn't happened to me at all. There's someone walking around with a metal pipe. Never trust someone walking around with a metal pipe. Yeah, I haven't encountered that many people coming to talk with me. I haven't encountered that in too many countries. But I heard that's a thing in Ireland, so maybe I'll encounter that when I show you Ireland. Yeah, I haven't encountered that here in Greece, where people are friendly, and you can easily kind of chat with people. But just randomly talking to you, like as you're sitting in a restaurant, I haven't got to that. Well, then again, I'm a man, so maybe if you're a woman, you'll have a different experience. Now, Mexico, I had a little bit more kind of people curious to chat with you. Not that they were like super outgoing, but they were more curious. When you say Thessaloniki is diversity, not like London or New York, no. More diverse in the local area, I think. As someone just said, a lot of Balkans. Balkan area is right above Greece. The countries, you have all these other countries. Lorraine says, where's the poke? Poke has not gotten popular here yet, but there is bao buns and there is Japanese food. Poke has not yet hit Thessaloniki, but stay tuned because it might hit Thessaloniki at some point. I heard that poke is already in London. When I went to Mexico, poke was in Mexico. So for a lot of people who are wondering, Lorraine's from Hawaii. In Hawaii, there's something called poke. Poke is a mixture of fish and rice, raw fish and rice, and a bunch of other toppings. Sometimes other vegetables, other types of fruits like mango. Really delicious. I can't wait to actually go to Hawaii and try a really fresh poke. Poke has recently become very popular in New York, LA, a few other cities around the US, and has crossed over to Europe and to other countries like Mexico. So maybe, who knows, maybe poke one day will become popular here. There's like 2 or 3 Mexican places. There is burgers. There's quite a few burgers. Actually, quite a lot of burgers. And I saw a few New York style pizzas. Actual New York style pizzas here. Not like Italian, Neapolitan style, not Roman style, but authentic New York, which is very interesting. And even served the same way in New York, by the slice. Looking forward to seeing Hawaii. I am too. Hawaii is very expensive. I can't wait to go. And I can't wait to have the budget to go and show you Hawaii. So stay tuned. Hopefully someday soon. I'll probably go during the off season as to not really spend all the budget going to Hawaii. So I can show you some cool things, maybe different islands. I think we're all there with you. That's special. Oh yeah, indeed. Someone earlier said, I think people are not interrupting me. That could be the case. That could be the case, yeah. Ariel's always dressed for Hawaii. Indeed I am. Indeed I am. I went on a tour experience yesterday, and I didn't know the tour was going to involve a lot of swimming. Well, a tour like a Mount Olympus and Meteora, and for some reason a few stops of the tour involved swimming, which I didn't want to swim at all. I didn't care for swimming. And the tour guy was so confused. I'm not gonna mention the person's name because I didn't like it too much, but he was so confused. He was like, well, you look like you're straight from the beach. It was like, you look like you're dressed ready to go to the beach. But Hawaii, I will go to the beach because that seems a lot of fun. I mean, Hawaii is about the beach, so I will not go to Hawaii for not beach. Like, beach in Hawaii is a must. Just realized, no homeless here. I've only seen very few homeless here. I did not point the camera towards them. I've only seen a few here in Thessaloniki. A little bit more in Athens, but very few. And in Santorini, there was a few also. But very, very little. And not loud, not aggressive like in New York or some other US cities. JC says nice food too. Hawaii, especially Oahu, is very busy because tourism is opening up again. Yeah. And no Airbnb in Hawaii, which I was a little bit bummed by it. I would have to stay at a hotel. There are people that don't do beaches like ever. They don't mention it though, ever, says Horfoutos. Really? So Greeks, to Greeks, it's not something you would say out loud. I'm from New York, so like, it's not that many people who are eager beachgoers in New York. I have very few friends like that. Very few friends. They're like, yeah, let's go to the beach. Lorraine says there are some Airbnbs. Only in the Waikiki area, Lorraine, because from my understanding, so Hawaii is a chain of islands. There's Oahu, which is the island with the biggest city, and I think the biggest population. And within Oahu, there's the main city of Honolulu, and within Honolulu, there's the main beach area, which has been classically the main beach area for nearly a century. And that is Waikiki Beach, from my understanding, Waikiki is the only place where you can have an Airbnb. So there's very few Airbnbs to choose from, and they're maybe you save a little bit compared to a hotel, but just a little bit. It's not too much, from my understanding. But Lorraine, let me know if it's different in the other islands. What? A bit? Oh no, not yet. Okay. Paying by card. No, I'm not sure what's happening. They're in a hurry for me to leave. That's weird. I think this restaurant probably doesn't like the camera. First time I encountered in Greece where they're like, "Oh, are you ready? We're ready." Lorraine says, "I will research for you and ask on the other." Thank you so much, Lorraine. You would think people are staring. No, not too many stares here in Greece when it comes to making a video. Not too many stares. No. It's a very easy country to make a video in. I don't feel too pressured or off or. Only country I felt very weird live streaming in, or only city I felt very weird live streaming in is Madrid. Madrid is the only place. Every other city has been pretty calm. Bucharest was a bit odd, but I couldn't quite point my finger on it. It's a bit odd. Thank you.
Can you do it?
Yes. And then add €2.
Then before it. It's like this?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nina says that the waiters actually be very hospitable because they're making me feel at home. They're making me feel like I'm in New York, where they're saying, "Hey, we need the table. We need the table. Get out, get out." That's what they're doing. I like Barcelona more than Madrid, because it's proximity to the water. And then that says vampires don't show up on camera. That's why the attitude in Bucharest. Bucharest is associated with vampires because of Vlad the Impaler. That's a good one, Rene. That's a good reference. I like it. All right, let's walk. I gotta drink more water though. Let me drink this last water. No complimentary ouzo or anything like that. I'm a bit bummed. What happened? So that's the name of the place. Ethiopia. Patrick says, "Where would you like to retire?" I don't think I would ever retire. I don't think I would ever retire. So the place I see myself in very old age is wherever I'm filming. If I'm filming a movie, if I'm making live videos as well, I don't know. If I'm making live movies, who knows? But wherever I'm filming, that's where I see myself in old age. Where would I like to film? I really would love to do very, very remote places in the world that have interesting history. As I mentioned, like the pyramids of Egypt, or the ancient Sumerian cities, or there's a few places in Indonesia which are very mysterious. Places like those. So this is the place? Oh, you can't try. Don't sleep on Angkor Wat, yes. I can't focus. Alright, here it is. Right there. This is the place. Here in this square. Okay, cool. Busy, busy, busy. Yeah, very busy. Very busy. Very busy. Lots of good vibes here. Oh, a few nightclubs too. That's interesting. Wow. Okay. Right, please, says VZ. Right? Right? Right, okay. Matt says we're done with food. Yes, indeed we are. All right, that was quite a long food stop. I hope you enjoyed it. I liked the place. The food was really good. The food was really good. The service was a bit... the guy was in the good mood, I guess. but the food was really good, which was nice. Not quite the hospitality I received in Athens. Let me know for the Greek viewers out there, what's more normal in Thessaloniki or outside of Athens in terms of service? Our waiters tend to be friendly and kind of hospitable, or is it more kind of the Parisian style where it's kind of just, you know, bringing your food and that's it? You sure made him jealous, says Lisha. I think they just needed the table. Maybe. I mean, it's a big restaurant though. Michelle says, not as friendly as other places you dine. Oh, I got meat for a little bit. All right, so they had New York style pizza. For anyone wondering, that was Neon Glow from the Urbanist original soundtrack. I don't see so many people smoking cigarettes. So we did pass the area with a lot of shisha, hookah / nargile, it depends where you're in the world. Is this the new music track? No, it isn't. I'll play soon. Give me a moment, actually. Lisa says, ooh, that'll be cool to hear. Okay. Enjoy. Mysteries abound. Okay, we are back now. That was Mysteries Abound from the Afterworld album. Available now on Spotify, iTunes, and Amazon. I hope you enjoy it. Do we need a designated walker as fields? Well, I'm a bit too sober, so I might need one. The music is by the Chromatics. No, it's not, Renee. This is a music produced by me, but it was made by an artist, which you can see his name. He has quite a long name. Rene says, if you need a fretless bassist, hit me up. We'll do it, Rene. Oh my god, the water was crashing ashore. It's wet. You can't really see the... Ah, look. People hanging out on the shore. Lisa says you're a producer. Oh, thank you so much, Lisa. Sarah says it's the lack of ouzo. Yep. You should definitely walk after the White Tower at some point. Maybe I will. If I don't get hit by this cleaning truck. Legend has a distinct smell. It does indeed. It smells like sewage. It does indeed. Now, for a walk across the water to enjoy the vibes of Thessaloniki. Salonika, some people say in Spanish. Ooh, what is this? A boat landing. Who wants to take a boat? Don't follow the truck, says Lisa. It only smells in the corner. Okay, well, hopefully we can move away. Look how clean the water is. It was so blue before. Now it looks all filled with seaweed. Lovely stroll. George says it's all the cheese being consumed. Oh yes, I am really stuffed. I'm really bloated because of all the cheese. I'm gonna need some peppermint tea, some spearmint tea. Teresa says, yuck, go back to Santorini. Ooh, lots of fancy cafes along the water. Just what you want to dip your feet into, says Sarah. Oh yes, dip my feet into a bunch of seaweed. I think it's just concentrated in the corner. I think it's because it's also late at night. But yeah, a lot of seaweed here. You can't see it because the camera is very dark. Ofofutos says, try Cuisine water, Cuisine Nero. Helps with bloating. Oh, thank you. Is that the one made with mastica water? Let me know. Ah, on the bench. Oh. You got bench review time. Class says I don't need to see the water. Look at the moon. I forgot it was Tuesday. It looks like a Saturday. There's so many people out, like if it's Saturday. Oh, look, there's spotlights. I wonder if Batman is nearby. The Greek. Oh, Fofuto says it's lime water. Basically, not the fruit. It's naturally sour and sparkling. Oh, cool. So yeah, it feels like a Saturday night. I almost forgot that it was Tuesday. It literally feels Saturday. There were so many people out. This is a bench review. And I should do this during the daytime, but at night we'll do it anyway since we're already here. The bench is actually comfy. It's perfectly kind of back in the right way. However, I would feel very nervous here, especially if the tide was a little bit higher, because I'm very close to the water. I'm just only a few inches away from the water, or away from the border of the VZ says, gotta walk past the White Tower, trust me. What's there, VZ? But this bench has a perfect shape to it. Really, really well done shape. We're right by the water. It smells nice. It smells like a little bit of sewage, but also smells like seaweed. Also smells a little bit salty. Moon there in the distance. That's nice. That's nice. It gets a few points for that. I can't people watch because everyone's behind me. That loses a few points. It's a bit wet here because someone dipped in and came back out. I'm not sure what happened, but the bench is slightly wet. And I think there might be mosquitoes because we're right by the water. So I would give this bench, I can't see anything down there, so there's not that much of a view per se. I would give this bench, it is comfy, 6.1. This is a 6.1 bench. And be careful, it's slippery. It gets points because it's balanced. It's a great slope. VZ, do you know if that in the morning, if the skies are clear, you can see Mount Olympus from this bench? Whoa, VZ, really? Mount Olympus is that way? That's so cool, VZ. So VZ has just upped the stakes. If I could see Mount Olympus, the score might change for the better. If. That's a big if. Yeah, Buffalo gelato. What? What? Gelato made with buffalo milk? Ooh. That changes everything. I'm going to start keeping a chart with these scores on, says Sarah. Oh, great, Sarah. Definitely do it. That'll be fun. Oh, bench points went up a notch. To be honest, it got a good score because it was perfectly sloped. Fufuto says, don't leave. Why? Was there more to see in Fufutos? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Yeah, was there more to see down there? Let me know. You just missed the best treat in Greece. What was it, Fufutos? Are we talking about Trigone? Don't worry, I'll try it tomorrow. I'll bump into it. I'll see if I bump into it, I'll make a video. Go to the ice cream place and ask to try it. It seemed pretty empty, so I'm not sure if it's too popular. Or is it that Greeks don't eat gelato so early? Is it that Greeks don't eat gelato so early? Let me know. Oh, look at the plaza at night. Hyde says the fine Greek cuisine seems to benefit your health. A Greek diet. You don't see many obese people here. Well, I don't want to do a full body shot to show you because you're gonna see how bloated I am. That was a lot of cheese. I'm not sure if the Greek people are eating that much cheesy dishes. But yeah, you're right, Hyde. People are in very good shape, and I don't see. Yeah, I see people really good shape, and they look good. You know, they look healthy. So yeah, I think might be the case. New York sunsets minutes to 9. What time does it go down here? About 8:40 something. A little bit earlier than New York, just a bit earlier than New York. I'm telling you, this area reminds me of France. It says sunshine. Yeah, there are France vibes. I haven't been too much to the seaside cities of France, but I can't wait to one day go to Nantes. What's the other famous seaside cities? I can't wait to go to Nantes. Buffalo milk doesn't have any bloating agents. Yes, fofutos, yes, the buffalo milk does go down very easy. Lisa says, you look healthy too, Ariel, and the bloat will subside. Oh, I hope so. I don't want to be cursed with the bloat forever. Marcel, thank you so much, Robert. Marcel, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Same thing with Watanabe. Watanabe, nice to see you here. Thank you so much for tuning in, Marcel. Thank you so much, Nice, France as well. Or try Zino Nero. Ariel, dance. Let's see. This is Veronica. Veronica, I think you read the name of the show correctly. It's not Dancist. It's Urbanist. This is a serious show about exploring cities. No dancing, no laughing, no swimming. This is a serious show. This is lovely, surprisingly tropical. Yeah, there is a tropical feel to this. It's a great thing. Greece is a very outdoor culture. Veronica asked this before. Look at all these beautiful outdoor. Okay, Emil says, Emily, and Ofufurto says, try Zino Nero. Do most Greek women have dark hair? Up here, I'm seeing more varied hair colors. Way more than even Athens. So yeah, I'm seeing blonde people. I'm seeing a few redheads, people with brown hair, yeah, all colors. I've seen blue before. There was like one purple. I love that there's cafes on the second floors here in Thessaloniki. Do you hear only Greek speakers? I hear mostly Greek. I can't quite tell the other languages because I don't know the Balkan languages yet. So I'm not sure if people are speaking Slavic languages. But I don't hear too much English. Heard a little bit of English. There's a few Americans out here. Not too many. Says they didn't rush you. Yeah, I wasn't rushed in like on American standards, but today it was the first time I was like asked if I already paid, which in Greek restaurants. Wow, a lot of people out here. Shisha is very popular. Here we have like a French bar. Shelly, have I seen homeless people? No, barely any. Oh, there's a bar called Sherlock. That's awesome. That's epic. And that's one of the party boats. Apparently it's free to get in. All you just gotta pay is for drinks. You got New York style pizza. Or gelato. George says if you want to make friends, wear Olympiacos. Viras football shirt. It's already Saturday night in Thessaloniki. Appears to be. Got here early. Saturday night in Thessaloniki, everyone. Love to go on the party boat. What am I doing during the daytime? BZ says he's trolling me about the shirt. Yeah. I don't know anything about sports, so. George says this was ironic. Alright, George. I'm not sure where this guy's going. I love the cafes. The cool thing here, actually you don't see this too much in the US. There's variety here. You don't see this also like in Paris. US at night, everything is very loud. New York specifically. New York late at night, most places are loud and in your face. Oh my God, this is nuts. What? There's so many nuts here. This is a nut factory. And no, we're not talking about New York City. How many nuts do they have in this place? Is there such thing as this many nuts? They even have a nut roaster. They even roast your nuts. That's amazing. How many nuts can you fit in your mouth? I mean, how many can you eat? How many can you eat? Good. Nuts are good for your health. Nuts, good for your health. But yeah, New York, places at night tend to be always very loud. So you don't have too much option of like kind of the quiet place to have a glass of wine and chat with a friend or a significant other. In Paris, I've noticed a lot of places are pretty quiet, unless if you go to the clubs. But here, I like that there's quite a variety. You could go to the more louder places with some blasting music and some narguile and people drinking. And then you can go to the places where it's like very quiet and relaxed and people are just having a nice cup of wine and there's almost no music like over here. How do they modulate their voices? What do you mean, Lisa? That was Dua Lipa, yes indeed, Lisa. Dua Lipa indeed. Lisa? Oh yeah. It's gonna be a good night tonight. Oh yeah. Everyone. I'm getting crunk. Getting crunk. Who wants to get crunk with me? as we walk around, I'll show you the night vibes. Red Bull, no. it's just sparkling water. Get crunk with sparkling water from Greece. Beautiful bar. Lisa doesn't know crunk. So crunk is a slang in the U.S. that means getting drunk. Drunk is like crazy drunk. So crazy plus drunk, crunk. We hear American. We hear American. Right there. First American ever. Oh yeah, crunk. Crunk with sparkling water. Vasilios says, ask him where he's from. Never ask an American where they're from. Those are fighting words. No, I'm joking. Vasilios, he was chatting with someone else. Lisa says, today I learned a new word, crunk. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, Lisa. So you know, let's make this poetic, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm in the mood for some poetry. We're gonna end where we started. Very circular kind of live stream tonight. Tomo says, you Americans, all you do is talk and talk and talk. Let me tell you something. Tomo, indeed us Americans like to talk. Indeed we do. It's the American way. Jau says, ooh, a complete circle. Yes, Jau. It's poetry. This live stream was poetry. We're ending the place where we began. Just like life. Where you live kicking and screaming, and you die kicking and screaming. Well, not everyone, but it's poetic. It's poetry in motion. Yeah, everyone. This is a poetic live stream. We are in the birth country of drama, so. If you have any last remaining questions, feel free to ask. People really eat late night here. Oh, they do. They do. And this is a Tuesday night, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful bar. Oh, I love the smell of nargile. Wow. They're making good nargile. So here they call it nargile, apparently, I think. Nargile is hookah, water pipe tobacco, shisha. And sometimes you can smell if it's very bad shisha such nargile. Because it'll smell kind of I'm not sure what's a good way, but it'll smell like damp. Like funky. But here it smells really good. So apparently they're making some good shisha in nargile. That must have been one drunk lamb. What's in shisha? Tobacco, raw tobacco, so it's not really with a bunch of processed stuff like a cigarette. and molasses. And the molasses is what has the flavoring. So sometimes it's naturally flavored. Most times it's synthetically flavored, but you get a nice flavor. So you get apple flavor or a watermelon or a mint flavor. Sometimes if you're lucky, it's actually really naturally flavored, or they actually might put other herbs like mint. That's when it really tastes good. Have you been to Thailand? It says BA. No, I have not. Okay, we can cross. Wow, the White Tower looks popping, as they say in America. I'm not sure how you would say here in Europe, but it's very popular. There's a lot of people here. Benny says, have you ever spotted any aliens on my live streams? No, I have not filmed a UFO or met an alien myself. But if they're friendly and they want to say hi to the live stream, that'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to meet them. Only if they're friendly though. Lisa, am I homesick? No, not on this trip. I'm not homesick on this trip. I'm quite the opposite of homesick. I feel like I don't want to go back. So I'm feeling quite the opposite. So I've been on trips where I do feel homesick, but not today, not this trip. Hey, I just watched Patrick's video with you. It's really good. Ooh, hello. Also, hey. Arthur says, thank you so much, Arthur. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oi, tudo bien, tudo bem. Thank you so much. Oi, tudo bem. Oh, it's wet here. Seaweed. Where's your next trip going to be to? I don't know. Tamo, not yet, don't know. But who knows? Maybe one day. I'll show you the world. Ronald says, be honest, are you avoiding jury duty? Ronald's making a reference to America. In America, I'm not sure if this applies to other countries, but in America you have to go to jury duty. You're called randomly. I've had the good benefit of not being called to do it. My friend, go now to Valorodu Street. Easy. Where do I think we're coming to an end because it's poetry. We can't continue on this point because it'll ruin the poetry of the entire evening. But I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. This ain't the last video of Thessaloniki. I need to have some energy so I can show you a few places tomorrow. So put on your notifications. Be sure to do that because I'll be showing you more places around Thessaloniki. Today I did pretty much intense history, which was really cool. Here we go. I'm going to show you a little bit of this area before I bid you adieu. This is beautiful music. That's a good cover. I'll show you a pirate boat. But yeah, do tell me where's a good place to eat Trigono. I will also show you Slovakia. Stay tuned. I can't tell you exact time. The only time I know that I'll be live next 2 days is at 6 p.m. Greek time. The other live streams will be random because it's a bit more spontaneous. You get demonetized. I hope not, but I passed through a lot of popular music today, so everyone give a round of hearts to the super urbanists out there who were so kind enough to contribute on a monthly basis so I can keep making these live videos, especially these sometimes long, epic live videos of walking around beautiful areas in Greece and places abroad, and still be able to bring it to you live without needing to hustle for hotels, sponsorships, or I don't know, some type of sponsor, you know, being sponsored by Squarespace. I don't need to hustle for that, which I think is a good thing, because I can dedicate more time to giving you more of my time to live stream, more of my energy, research the beautiful history and the architecture and all the wonders of this city and any other city we visit. And also the time to figure out live service and the gear and everything needed. So thank you everyone so much for doing that. Thank you so much for the Super Urbanists for making it possible to do that. These live streams are sponsored by you. If you want to become a Super Urbanist, you'll be getting access to a very first video of Thessaloniki. From the top of that white tower, you're going to learn about the layout of the city. And you're going to see what we talked about earlier today, but just from the point of view from above. So stay tuned. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. We're starting where we ended, right here by the White Tower. I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Ariel, you always cheer me up, says Lisa. Thanks for the live, says Alveldas. Ariel, thank you so much. Ooh, Mags gave me a $10 super chat. Loving the stream. Shh, working. Ariel, shh, don't tell Mags's boss that she is watching the live stream. Here's the power boat. Here's the power boat. Right here. And listen to the Afterworld album if you haven't yet. Listen to the Afterworld album on Spotify for free. If you want to pay for the album, that's awesome. You're supporting the show. You can do it via iTunes or Amazon Music. Everyone, from Thessaloniki, away from the bicycle lane. Keep being awesome and always keep on exploring. And also thank you to all the PayPalers out there as well. Have a good day, everyone. Kalinita? Kalinita? That's how I say it. Kalinita? Alright, have a good day, everyone. Kalinita, or bye. Kalinita. I'll figure it out. Bye-bye.